Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a special late night. Yes, Derek has more lights. More lights. You see, the powers that be were offering a very good sale, and you, my beloved community, decided to reach out and support me with some quality tips. And who am I to resist the siren song of lights? Derek Rawlings wants to know, how many lights are there? Derek Rawlings, there are 4 lights. But actually, I think I bought maybe 8. Anyways, I knew you would approve. So, fun side story. 20 years ago or more, there was, in the early days of the internet, I remember there was a website that popped up, and it was very popular for about a minute there, and you could make polls or this is like really early internet. You could make like polls, or you could make like surveys and send them out to your friends, right? And you could make a bunch of questions, and then you could give each question a value, right? Hey, thank you, Ukun. Appreciate the subscribe to Prime. Appreciate it very much. And so you could assign different point values, okay? And Smith made this quiz. And the best part of it was that, it was completely, it was all inside jokes. And, the one question, without any context, just said, what do I think is best? And it was like, FI, FI, WM, BM. That was, one option. And then the next option was, FI, BB, TF, RM, and there was these 4 options, and there was no context as to what you were answering. Props in chat if you get what those options were. So this was Smith's survey, and no, that's a good call. Chat is probably off because I changed it because Bob was on the other day. So let me change that real quick. And I gotta figure out what the right size is there. Almost getting there. I think it's 900. There we go. And so finally, and so, there were different questions, and, the ones that were wrong got 0 points. And then finally, Smith's final question was, how many lights are there? And it was like 3, 4, 5, or 6. And if you answered 4, you got bonus points. And if you answered 5, okay, you got like minus 10,000 points. And I remember it was really funny because Smith sent it to his girlfriend at the time. And she answered 5 lights and got minus 10,000. And Smith was like, I'm pretty sure I have to break up with her. Anyways, that was... that was, and again, there was no context. It didn't say anything about it. It just said, how many lights are there? And that's it. And it just said 3, 4, 5, 6. And if you answered 5, you got minus 10,000 points. So I thought that was pretty funny. Yeah, we're going with the mood lighting, the Sith lighting. So, so I bought a bunch of stuff that was on sale from Amaran, and these are their Pixel tube lights. So I'm actually going to be using these. I might play around with a little bit of them for some more fun light, especially late at night. I'm not worried about the quality of the set here, but the quality of the set and the quality of the lighting. But these are predominantly going to be used. Thank you, Erica, for helping out with the Nightlight funds. The Nightlight Fund. It's a long story. This is just so indicative of me and my problems. Okay, at the old studio, I had a lot of room, right? It was a big studio space. So if I wanted to do something like light a wall, okay, like a background, like one of those stone castle walls that you saw in our studio, what I could do is I could take a relatively small, cheap, inexpensive light, okay, and actually, you know what? Hold on, I'll go get one. Okay. So in the industry, okay, this is called a par can. Now it's called a par can, even though, and you can even see it's called a Slim Par 56. But the funny thing about them is they are neither cans nor pars anymore. The term comes from old Hollywood, where par meant parabolic, because they were shaped with a parabolic reflector, so they would send the light out. And they were called cans because they used to be they looked like a paint can, if you can imagine, like what a paint can would look like. And there would be a really hot tungsten filament bulb inside of these, and then they would put colored gels in front of them, and this would be how studios were lit. And if you ever look up, maybe at an older theater, they might still have them, although probably most places have replaced them with LEDs. So nowadays they're done by LEDs, and this is called a Slim Par 56 because, well, it's slim, as you can see, relatively speaking, and it has 56 LEDs. And this is capable, and now this is not a great light. It's a relatively cheap light. This is nothing that this is something that a church might use, or a small venue, a small performing arts venue. You're not going to, maybe a high school, you're not going to see this in like a Taylor Swift show or something, but they're going to use something like this just at a very, very high professional level. Anyways, so this device has what's called a beam angle. And quite frankly, it's basically, you can imagine all 56 of these lights, LEDs, can turn on. Now, it's not a spotlight, right? Because there's no Fresnel here, okay? Fresnel is a type of lens that focuses light. Fresnel lenses, most people know them. Well, if you know them at all, you know them from lighthouses, okay? Lighthouses were basically where Fresnel lenses were developed. And Fresnel lenses use a really interesting, weird trick of optics in order to focus light. So a Fresnel lens would take this light and focus it. Well, this doesn't have a Fresnel lens. So this light is going to spread out at its natural beam angle, which depends on the width of the source. And of course, the distance that you are from this light, that light is going to spread out more and more and more and more. And of course, it's also going to fall off per the inverse square law, right? So every time you double the distance, you reduce the light intensity by 1/4, right? So if at this distance, if you have 100 light units, okay, when you double the distance, you now have 25 light units, okay? So that's called the fall off. That's called the inverse square law. Anyways, the point is, if I want this to wash an entire wall, say behind my talent, my cast, I need to mount this fairly far away, preferably up on a ceiling, right? Angled down a little bit. And this light is going to spread out and it's going to wash over that wall. But I need distance. And there can't be anything in the way, obviously. So for a light like this to function and illuminate a wall in the way that I want it to be, the beam angle on this is probably roughly about 45 degrees, maybe 40 degrees. So I need this thing to be like, 6-7 feet away horizontally, mounted on the ceiling, pointed down at the wall. The problem is, in my bedroom, I don't have room for that. So the solution is to get what's called tube lights. And tube lights are, they basically look like, if you remember, old fluorescent tubes that went into the office lighting tubes, the real long ones that were glass. They don't have a ballast, and they don't use fluorescent ballast, right? They are full of LEDs, and they basically so this is a fluorescent tube light. And, and of course it has a complete beam angle control, so we can change there's all sorts of effects and changes that you can make on this thing. Aside from, so we can go with a nice yellow, and we're back to red, orange, hot pink, and of course I went with blue because blue is a nice contrast to this. Anyways, so the nice thing about this is, right, it's so long that I can take this and mount this above a background, and it'll illuminate the whole thing, even though it's like right next to it, because the effective width of this is extremely long. It's not a circular shape like this one. So that gives me the ability to control my lighting in a very useful and effective way. And so, yeah, there we go. Anyways, so these were on sale. And I've been wondering, how am I going to light, right, my, how am I going to light my, how am I going to light my backgrounds? So there we go. And so I bought some because I had a goal. People crushed it. People gave me some little extra money, and yeah, I probably should save that for my, I don't know, mortgage. But we like lights. So, I said 6-7, yeah. Someone explained it to me. The 6-7 thing actually kind of makes sense. It's actually one of the more sensible things that people say. Basically, it means, it's pretty mid. It's not bad. It's not great. It's okay, right? It's like, what would you say? What would you say? How would you rate that RPG? It's like a 6-7. We say that all the time. So, listen. Well, then that's what they think it means, because a child explained that to me. So, you know what? I took it as an anecdote. So, fair enough. Well, apparently that's what they have taken it to mean. So they have created their own language. Anyways. Well, then that child lied to me, thus proving once and for all that children are stupid. Anyways. Sorry. It is 6 to 8 feet away. There we go. Booyah. Of course I remember Booyah. Oh, listen, don't take my inclusion as an exclusion. I'm not trying to say that they are and only are stupid, right? Like, there's plenty of other stupid people as well. That is total cap, panic satanic. I was actually reading some hater comments today on the Roll for Combat comment board. People were like, Derek hates older gamers. I'm like, I'm an older gamer. That's one that really is crazy to me, because obviously, like my whole life, see people be like, come on, bro, like we've always said that. But watching teens, and one of the things I like to do is I like to go to Starbucks. I like to go there to work. Even when I was working at home, I would frequently take my laptop up to a Starbucks because I just like being around people, right? Not necessarily people I need to talk to, and I have a nice relationship. Say hi to the baristas. People know me; they know my order, and sit down. And there's people that I might see regularly, and I nod. And I just like sometimes being around people. We don't need to interact. Think of it like parallel play. If you're an introvert who still enjoys the presence of other people sometimes. Anyways, there's a lot of kids. It's near a high school, so sometimes I make the mistake of going up there and being there past 2:00 when the school lets out, and the kids will show up, and I'll see like a gaggle of young girls, 14, 15, and they'll just be sitting there going, bruh, 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 bruh. And it's so weird for me to not only hear them literally use it for like everything, but to see a group of young girls all calling each other bruh is pretty, that's like where I'm like, I feel my old man itis, for sure. Oh, that's all right, Edward. I appreciate it. Don't forget to use the like button and take back from Bezos by giving away your Twitch Prime. That's right. So I am streaming because, again, I set these lights up and I don't know. I wasn't really doing much. My only other option was to either prepare for this Friday's session, my session 1 of to either get ready for my session 1 of Fabula Ultima, which is this Friday. I'm supposed to run the One Ring for my patrons. Well, let me show you. I'm playing with people here live in studio but we're going to show it to the patrons on Sunday. And I am supposed to be putting together plans for various mega games that are supposed to occur here on Knights of Last Call. Yeah, kids calling each other chat is crazy, for sure. Yeah, Elaine, like I might say, like, to you guys, I might be like let's say we were watching a reaction video and I was watching something and I'd be like, chat, this is crazy. Am I wrong, chat? Chat, is this crazy? Or am I crazy or not, chat? And so now they will use that terminology when they're like, I don't know, I guess talking to sort of like a generic audience. It is funny how the kids react to me, sometimes. If because some people notice I'm there or whatever, and they'll see my situation. And a couple people have come up to me and they've been like, like, hey, what do you do? Or some of the baristas who work at Starbucks, they're like 18, 19, 20. They're younger kids. I mean, they're adults, but, they're kids. And I'll go, well, I guess the correct thing to say is that I'm a professional YouTuber. And they'll be like, what? They'll be like, yeah, that's peak. So it's kind of funny how that's my in with the younger generation, is telling them that I am a content creator, that I am a YouTuber. And they don't really care what it is. It's not like they're into TTRPGs or give a shit about TTRPGs. None of them actually care about talking about anything that they're actually passionate in. As far as I can tell, they're actually passionate about nothing. They're passionate about social media. That's what they're passionate about. They're passionate about being an influencer. They're not passionate about a thing that they will then share their insight, their takes, their beliefs on. They just want to be an influencer. About what? What do you have to offer? Nothing. So I think that part's particularly clever. And again, I only have a series of anecdotes to share. I don't, it's not like I've met every single, young person in the world, teenager or young adult. But the ones I have, generally speaking, seem to be very interested in being an influencer. And when I ask them about what, they look at me confused. Like, what do you mean, what about what? I'm just going to influence and get rich off of the TikTok or whatever. 100%. My sister is a middle school teacher. I think she teaches like 5th to 8th grade or something. And she, like, now, the number one thing that people want to be is a TikToker or an influencer or an Instagram or YouTuber. It's the I want to be a professional basketball player, whatever. Case in point, I wanted to be an astronaut when I grew up. Now, the reason why I don't think it's the same is because I remember in 2nd grade, I wanted to be an astronaut when I grew up. And so I really got interested in science and technology and engineering and math and the natural world and space and astronomy and the history of the U.S. space program. So now I didn't become an astronaut, but I like to think that those skills translated into something useful. Yeah, I was alive, obviously, when Challenger happened. That was pretty brutal. But I think, when did Challenger happen? 88? 86. I was only 4 years old, so I don't really remember that happening. So my interest in the space program kind of started kicking in say the like 89, 90, give or take. Whatever, yeah, probably 6, 7 or something like that, 88, 89. Now, see, I respect that. I want to create mutant freak monsters and force them into servitude and fight for me. So, yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's just like wanting to be a sports. Did I say it again? Look, it's just a natural occurrence that occurs in all the games, or in all my conversations. I didn't even realize it. No, I mean, look, I would say it's a stupid idea, but it's kind of what I'm doing, so I can't say. And I have no particular skill, talent, or anything like that, so anybody could do it, really. No. Now, the other reason, by the way, that this stream is so useful, now, because I could turn these lights on and then leave the room and come back later, but I charge these lights to 100%, and they're currently at 50% intensity. So I want to see how quickly they drain down the battery, because this is going to determine if I need to leave them plugged in while they are up on my walls, say, during a show. Otherwise, because that requires a little bit more, gripping and cable routing. If I can just charge them, pop them up onto a ceiling, and then leave them there, and then when the show is over, take them down. Now, so I could just have turned these lights on and left, and came back, say, after 2 hours, and said, "Oh, what are the batteries at?" But if I'm running the lights anyways, and I wanted to see what it looked like on camera anyways, well, why not hit start streaming, right? No, they don't get quite into that spectrum. They are not UV capable, unfortunately. Anyways, so again, if anybody wants to talk about anything, please, by all means, we're just here to hang out. I turned off the ads for this stream, so nobody should be getting any of those. Question: do you think? Here's a problem I have. I know it's like what people do. They become inspired by another game and then they make their own game. But do you think making what you consider to be a better version of somebody else's game is that kind of a dick move? And I'm not talking about like some big faceless corporate entity like D&D. And I'm not talking about doing it like because you're at home and you're just making your own game for your own sake. And I'm not even talking about like you're a super unknown independent person who's just going to do your passion project and put it out there. Let's say you're someone like me who, while not a huge audience, does have an audience and does have an influence. If I come out and I say, this is how I would have done Daggerheart, is that rude? And I know these people. I've met these people. Is that rude? Is that me just saying, look, I want to take your game and tweak it and, have people buy it? And, I'm not saying that you shouldn't buy Daggerheart, but I am saying that you should buy mine. It's and obviously I am one of those people. I wouldn't make... Well, no, but that's interesting that you say that because I'm one of those people. Okay, Smith was one of those people who kind of basically said PF1 stole 3rd edition, and they basically reprinted 3rd edition. Sure, they turned grapple from an opposed check into the defense basically takes 10, and they called it the CMB, right? The combat maneuver bonus, CMD, the combat maneuver defense. Ooh, wow, what a big change. They gave every class a capstone at 20. Oh my God, such a big change. But mostly all they did was just steal 3rd edition, which had been publicly, which was printed under the OGL, and put Wayne Reynolds art all over it, and they sold it. Now, the advantage, okay, because you say PF1 is awesome, but realize they would have never made PF1 if Wizards hadn't have made 4th edition. The only reason Paizo made PF1 isn't because they thought the game was better. They needed a version of 3rd edition to still be in support and printed so that they could continue to sell adventures, which is what they had built their entire company around. So it's not even like they felt passionately that the game needed fixed. They just needed the game to be in active publication. And since D&D Wizards wasn't doing it anymore, they had to do it. But you understand? So I don't blame them for doing it, but I do think PF1 was kind of a hack job. I mean, they kind of just stole they stole 3rd edition's game, and sure, 3rd edition had made it publicly available via the SRD, but I am 99.9% sure that Wizards of the Coast never expected, and this is kind of a separate tangent, but if you read the Pathfinder 1 book, it says in there, the OGL says, basically, the whole point of the OGL, which you have to put in all of your books, is that your game, hey, you can make stuff for D&D, and the basic idea is, but you can't, you still need the player's handbook. You still need to use the D&D book. But how many OGL D20 books do you know? You don't need the D&D player's handbook. All you have to buy is the PF1 core handbook, right? You don't actually need to buy anything from Wizards of the Coast. And Paizo wasn't the only, people that did this. A lot of people essentially made 3rd edition in their game and made it so that even though the OGL says it is intended that, you require the dungeons, they can't even use the term Dungeons and Dragons. So they say the core rulebook 1. But nobody used it because you didn't need it because the game rules, the game mechanics couldn't be copywritten, and they were all part of the SRD, so they published the whole thing from top to bottom. And I assure you that Wizards of the Coast, when they wrote the OGL, they never intended for other people to come in and carbon copy their rules, tweak them a little bit, and then sell them after they did all of that work to develop it, okay, and then just print it on their own. So, all right, we got a super chat from Doc Flamingo. It comes down to a matter of degrees. There are only a handful of systems, broadly speaking, that pretty much all games are a variation on. Still, if a game is only a minor variation on an existing one, yeah, I mean, because that's the other side of it. How much do you need to change it, right? Before you say, you're like, hey, I've got my vision of a game. And somebody looks at it and they go, isn't this just 3.5? And you go, no. Look. I tweaked this and I made combat maneuver defense. See, it's an entirely different game. And you're like, yeah, but this is like 90, let's call it 90% 3.5. You changed like 7 things, or you just the minorest of like tweak, Is that really a new game? Or are you just kind of taking my work and now you're selling it? I don't know. Again, I think it might just be a personal problem, but I think that's interesting. I don't know. Let's see here. Listen, I think Pathfinder 1 is awesome. I thought it was a great game because it was 3rd edition, and I thought 3rd edition was awesome. Actually, some of the things in PF1 I don't like. I don't like capstone abilities. I mean, this is true. This is true. And that's what I was trying to get at, Derek Rawlings. I don't believe in making a game just for the sake of making a game. I'm making a game because the existing game rule set, right, doesn't support, in my opinion, what I want to do with the system, or I think that the existing solution inside of that game is not doing what I think it should be doing, or I don't think it's working as intended. I think it's a flawed assumption to assume that any game, whether I make it or anyone makes it, is, 100% perfect. So, you say that, but I mean, there's probably some people out there. I don't even know if they were popular back then. So, Cinnabos says, if you pitch it as Daggerheart, only better, it's kind of a dick move. But putting out that this is my vision of a game, and yes, it's like Daggerheart because it is quite good, that's fine. Interesting. But that's basically just not saying the quiet part out loud, right? Right? That's a great question. I think that's kind of what I'm getting to, Gilmore. When is a work of art transformative? And it's especially interesting because in music, right, if I go and use somebody else's music as a sample and I don't license and credit them, that is, right, that's copyright infringement and I could be sued. But since game mechanics can't be copywritten, there is nothing stopping me, regardless of whether there's an SRD or not. I could make a game that used a 2D12 system, and if the dread die was higher, right, than the, I'll call it the hope die, or the belief die, that, the GM gets some meta currency. Otherwise, the hero gets a meta currency. I could do that. They can't copyright that mechanic. Now, Elaine is thinking fourth dimensionally. Do it for Grimwild. The developer's MIA. There's no one who can stop you. Index Card RPG was only made because players pushed the guy who was running D&D to make it. You mean Runehammer? Well, Harper is crazy. Keith, some people wanted Pathfinder 1. Other people were very happy with their 4th edition game. I mean, I played both eventually anyways. My journey was 4th edition, I want to say came out in 2008. I think. Yeah, June 2008. So we started playing 4th edition right away. I want to say PF1 came out in 2009. We kind of ignored it. And we kept playing 4th edition, 2008, 2009, 2011. I want to say 2011, 2012 was the first time that we were starting to kind of lose a little bit of interest in 4th edition because they had started coming out with some of the weird stuff and the splat was getting out of control. The quality control was terrible. And they had switched to Essentials by around 2011, 2012, which we hated. And so at that point, that's when we picked up PF1. So I want to say we picked up PF1 around 2011-ish, maybe 2010, 2011. And Smith ran it. I didn't run it at all. Smith ran the first couple of Pathfinder 1 campaigns. And then Pathfinder 1 became kind of our core D20 game until 2014 when 5th edition D&D came out. And we played that for 3 months, maybe 4 months. And we all said, nah, let's go back to PF1. And PF1 was still kind of our core D20 game from 2014, basically all the way until Pathfinder 2 came out. Now, obviously, in between that, we played a ton of other indie games and smaller press games and all this other stuff, Mutants and Masterminds and 13th Age and a million other things. But in terms of like core rooted D&D or a direct cousin or stepchild or whatever, like Pathfinder, pretty much it was Pathfinder 1 through the whole time. So when D&D was blowing up, we weren't even playing it. It's really funny. Even though I'd played it my whole life, it's always really ironic. And then I became a content creator. Go figure. So Spinster brings up an interesting point. They said, I think it's less of a matter of how you change and more about the end result is the game that delivers a different experience. So let's use Daggerheart as an example because I've been talking about this. I don't think it does. One of the changes that I want to make in Daggerheart is that I want it to go to level 12, not level 10. Because it's 12. And the game's around 12s, and it uses D12s, and I want it to be 12. And I think 4 tiers of 3 levels flows better and works better and has less of this like problematic, like all the monsters are for tier 1, but tier 1 is only 1 level. It's almost like they designed the game to only be one-shottable. That's it. I don't even necessarily know that makes the game better. I mean, I think I said this that first week that Daggerheart came out, and we looked at the first look, and I basically said, why isn't it 12? Why isn't it 12 levels? This has been so perfect. 12, D12s, 12 everything. 12, 12, 12, 12, 12. It's like Eberron with 12 plus 1, right? 12 and a missing 13th. It's just a theme. But Derek, does that make the game better? Maybe not. It's more of just a aesthetic type of thing. I mean, listen, if you think that's a more dramatically different experience, shout it from the mountaintop. If you get, I'm not literally trying to deliver a different experience. I'm just trying to make something that is more aesthetically pleasing to me, and gets around what I consider to be fair, this issue, which is you have this 1 level and then you're suddenly tier 2. You would scrap tiers entirely. Here's why I like tiers, and here's why I think that the way maybe most people approach them or present them or handle them or deal with them, or even in the game, maybe. Again, I'm not a Daggerheart expert by any stretch of the imagination. Why I think they can work. Because I think one of the mistakes that people make is, here's the thing. If the tier changes, goes, like you're in the middle of an adventure, right? You're chasing down the vampire assassin, and you just discovered he left the city and he's made a break for his country estate. And the GM goes, great, awesome, great session, everybody. Tomorrow, next week we'll pick up with you guys leaving town the next morning to try to chase him down, during the day while he is, has to be resting. Oh, by the way, you guys are now level 5 or whatever, so you're a new tier, and suddenly you're nth level more powerful. That's a mistake. I think if you run the game like that, I think it's a mistake. For me, I think in terms of story beats and story arcs. I think of tier 1 as season 1 or movie 1. Tier 2 is, book 2, season 2, movie number 2. In between, time, distance, things happen, things change, right? And the world changes in a meaningful way. But also, I think that the game itself should fundamentally change between tiers. Now, original D&D was very good at this. I don't know if some of these modern games aren't as good at this, but what I mean to say is the play experience itself should feel different. Now, this is me, Derek. This is Derek putting on his Daggerheart cap. One of the things that I think is interesting is, this is just a minor example, but if you make tier 1, levels 1, 2, and 3, and you assume there's a level up option where you can choose different abilities, okay, then you'll be able to pick 1 extra card during tier 1. And that means you'll start with 2 tier cards at level 1. You get a 3rd card at level 2. You'll get a 4th card at level 3. And maybe you used one of your advancements to pick up a 5th card. And what this means is, outside of the 1 Codex Wizard, which is fine because it's the Codex Wizard, the Knowledge Wizard, no character in tier 1 will ever have to think about or use or deal with vault mechanics. All of your powers are available in your loadout. Dealing with or juggling vault mechanics doesn't become a thing until tier 2 of play. So I like that there is that now it's not a huge change, but there is this materially different change. Because when you would, in my game, gain level 4, you would potentially gain a 6th power, and you could take use one of your advancements to gain a 2nd new ability. So now suddenly you have 7 abilities, and you can only have 5 in your loadout. So that is a different mechanical thing. It's an addition of complexity. It's an addition of strategy. It's a decision of decision making. But I agree that if I'm in the middle of an adventure and suddenly that becomes a thing that was never a thing before, I just like that. So for me, the key with tiers is I should think of them in terms of movies. Right? Somebody said you could do 3 tiers of 4. You could have 1 to 4, 5, just basically like 4th edition had 3 tiers: heroic, paragon, and epic. So maybe I even like that better. We've also talked about this. Again, purely an aesthetic thing. I'd want there to be 12 domains and 12 classes, like in the core game. If you have 12 domains, then you get 12 classes. 12 classes, 12 domains, D12, 12 levels, 12, 12, 12, 12, 12. 12 stress max, 12 high health max. Yeah. We talked about that. Don't call them hit points, call them wounds. Gaining wounds is much more intuitive than marking a hit point. Nobody thinks of gaining hit points as meaning you are closer to death. It's just a nomenclature issue. Anyways, my point is that really enough to justify a new game? I don't think so. I mean, it's a list of changes that I would make, but, is it a new game? But if you have enough of these minor changes, when does it become a new game? What differentiates that? How do you determine that? How do you change that? I don't know. Is it a remastered? And is it even more presumptuous to do a remaster of an edition that isn't yours? I'm going to fix the problems that I see in their game. 05 Gridlock. I won. I got to 10. I got to 10 points. We played to 11. I got to 10 points in one game, but other than that, I went 05. Daggerheart advanced. Well, and partially, I don't necessarily know that I want to make it advanced. I mean, exactly. That's a heartbreaker. I can do it better. D&D, but better. Daggerheart, but better. Now that's a dick move, though, calling it advanced. Yeah, it's a bit like a game of Theseus, right? How much stuff can you change in a game before it's no longer the original game and it's a new game? I don't know. Dr. Metropolis says, yes, but I can actually do it better. Obvious Trailblazer is a great example of that. Actually, I completely forgot about that, but that's a great example of that. Trailblazer was a kind of an indie publication where a bunch of people basically said, we think Pathfinder 1 is fundamentally flawed, and we are going to basically release our version of how we would change /fix /update Pathfinder 1, except it was like, a 175-page document. But it was a book. You had to buy it. You pay money for it, Oh, sure. Once you start making changes, you start making a lot of changes. For example, because that's the difference. What's the difference between design and just home brewing? Because even we were talking today in the Fabula Ultima chat, and I basically said, don't make a mistake. I'm not talking about design here. I'm talking about just crudely hacking a game. Right. Sure. Right. Trent Reznor cover. Everyone likes. Even Johnny Cash said Trent Reznor's version of "Hurt" was quote better than his, and he kind of owned the song now. Well, because that's the problem, right? Once you create 12 domains, now you got to create new classes. Cal, what's up? Thank you for the tip.
Caldera tipped $5. I am doing what you're talking about with my game. It's based on Tor 2e, but it's a blend of a lot of different games and plays different from vanilla Tor.
Yeah, Fabula Ultima, a game we love, a game that we talk about, a game that we support, is by its author's own admission, it started off as a hack of Ryutama. And in fact, the core mechanic is Ryutama's, right? Where you have 4 ability scores or 4 whatever attributes, abilities, and they are assigned a die value, D6, D8, D10. And then when you make a check, you pick 2 of them, including the same one twice. If you think that it's purely a might situation, you might roll might and might. But maybe it's might plus willpower, or maybe it's might plus dexterity. And then you roll those 2 dice, you add them together, that's the number that you get. That is the Ryutama core mechanic. And he's like, my Fabula Ultima started off as me hacking Ryutama to basically be more JRPG-ish. And Fabula Ultima is what we ended up with. Interesting. Trent also said hearing "Hurt" felt like watching someone kiss his girlfriend. That's funny. I don't think it's come out yet, right? Gridlock. I want to take a look at it for no other reason than, I'm a big Record of Lodoss War fan. It is my understanding that Record of Lodoss War was an adaptation of the author's Sword World game that they played in the 80s, and so So I am all in to take a look at Sword World 2.5 if and when it comes out. Oh, absolutely. We've backer kit starts in March or May. Yeah, I've seen it floating around. I'm excited for sure. I'll check it out. Again, we here you go. I've talked about this before, but one of the things that what I wanted to do. Okay, are you attached? What's going on? Why isn't my pen working? Oh, no Wacom device is attached. Well, attach. Okay. Okay. Interesting. I wonder why that's not wanting to attach. All right. There we go. That sounded like that attached. There we go. So one of the things we talked about before is that, I wanted to, redesign the domains. So, instead of the 9, I think there's 9 in the core game. And one of the these are the kind of nitpicks that which I don't like. So in the core game, right? This is core Daggerheart. Okay, this is an example of me being just nitpicky. Some people have also had this nitpick, so this is not me. You have the rogue, okay, and the rogue has access to the grace ability, but it also has access to this midnight, which sounds cool. It's evocative, and so the midnight domain contains a bunch of the classic rogue stuff that you might expect to see, like picking locks and all the roguey stuff. But then the sorcerer has midnight. Now, okay. Now there's some stuff in midnight that makes sense for the sorcerer to have, but I don't necessarily know why a sorcerer should be good with shadow magic and sneaky rogue stuff. So the domains have this weird problem where they kind of have to perform this sort of like heavy duty double dipping ability where they have to kind of be two different things to support two different classes. And for me personally, I don't really see a whole lot of Venn diagram overlap between sorcerers and rogues. So to that matter, I was like, okay, well, I don't like the idea of the sorcerer having, this kind of like sneaky rogue stuff. And when we started kind of going into this and thinking of this, this is how we ended up with this idea of, okay, well, I would rather have. So the other problem is that, yes, Jake, there is some problem with this. This is the problem with Daggerheart still carrying D&D baggage. I completely agree. I'm trying to think how what the actual thought process I was here. Oh, Elaine, just along for the ride. Thank you. By the way, the super chat goal is "Por qué no los dos?" And I don't know what that means, but why not? No. We can definitely remove D&D baggage. True. But also, I mean, class identity does mean something. I think even outside of D&D, and I think we can't completely ignore that. But it just seems weird to me when a domain is filling so many roles with one thing. Anyways, long story short, I liked the idea also of moving the druid's wild shaping abilities out of the class feature and into a domain. And so I came up with this idea of a primal domain and an elemental domain. And this is where the druid would live, right? And then for me personally, the other problem I had with the sorcerer is I don't like, for me, a wizard is very deliberate and uses very, Baroque, archaic, bespoke magic. And the sorcerer is much more like, long story short, I want them to feel different in the fiction, and I want their magic to feel differently. Otherwise, why do we have a sorcerer and a wizard? TLDR, I hate that the wizard gets Fireball, and that the sorcerer gets a spell like, I think it's called Arcane Eye, which makes a small artificial arcane construct that zips around. Now, again, is this a bad thing? No, the game works totally fine. In fact, it's fucking great. I'm just simply saying this is one of my nitpicks. Is this worth making my own game over? I don't know. I don't think so. So, again, my basis of sorcery comes more from, 4th edition, because I thought sorcerer was kind of weak in 3rd edition, where it was just literally a wizard with a slightly different casting progression. I love that the sorcerer carved out its own identity in 4th edition, because, okay, this is a tangent to our tangent. In 4th edition, you had the arcane power source. Now remember, power source kind of informed the design of all of its classes. And of course, then inside of that, you had your role. You had the defender, right? Your tank. You had your striker, the person who did damage. You had your leader, right? The person who healed, supported, and buffed. And then you had your controller, the person who was good at debuffing the enemy, controlling the battlefield, doing a lot of good AoEs and helping control minions and all the like. And of course, for arcane, you had the sword mage, which was sort of like a magic shielding, teleporting warrior. You had the bard as the leader. Best bard ever. The coolest, best bard ever. The bard as a leader character. The bard being in the same category as the cleric or the warlord, as being a healer and a buffer, makes so much sense. Instead of this stupid, dumb, jack-of-all-trades rogue, but also Pathfinder 2 occult, I hate it. Arcane leader for bard is like the coolest thing ever. Now, in 4th edition, the wizard was your controller. And for striker, you had the warlock and the sorcerer. So what made the sorcerer different from the wizard was that the sorcerer was all about damage dealing, and the wizard was all about controlling. And so they had completely different power sets with completely different power abilities that did and focused on completely different things. And in 4th edition, the sorcerer subclasses, one was draconic, one was elemental, and one was, kind of wild or chaos. And so this is where I kind of thought, like, oh, it'd be cool to sort of have, sort of a chaos domain. Yeah, you're right. I forgot about it. I think that was from the Complete Arcane. But you're right, there was a cosmic, I think, in the expansion. And so then I'm like, cool. So a sorcerer embraces elemental and chaos, and that felt a lot cooler to me than Midnight and Arcane, which also the druid got, and I don't know. It just was weird to me. For me personally, Derek, not everybody else, when I see a sorcerer and you tell me the domains of a sorcerer are elemental and chaos, that feels more correct to me. And when you tell me that the druid's domains are elemental and primal, that also feels more right to me. Now, this also happened because, of course, as is known, Derek wanted to make the primal domain double-sided cards, where one side of the card was the blossom side, and the other side of the card was the beast side. And when your druid initiated a shape change, they would take all of their cards and flip them over. So you would go from blossom to beast, basically. Anyways, long story short, I don't feel like this is really game design. This is just nitpicky, hacky stuff, I don't know. Then there's the other problem. Okay? Then there's the other problem. Jake says it's 100% game design. Jess is here. Whatever Jess tells me, that's what I'll believe. Jake says, stop being dumb about it. This is one of the reasons I love my audience, because they're just definitely not afraid to be like, Derek, you're an idiot. Cal says, no, this is very important. This version of Daggerheart would appeal to me way more. And for no other reason, this is the reason that we should do it. And Spinster says the same design. What was I saying? So another thing that I am very aware of, okay, because again, I think in terms of like, what would be my reservations to this? Okay. Stephen Glicker, who I respect a lot, basically says things like, if you're not, basically, I'm kind of paraphrasing him here a little bit, but if you're not on Foundry, you're dead. So for a game like Daggerheart, or for a game like Fabula Ultima, or for a game like anything, if you make a game and you make these changes to this game, how are people going to use that? If they're playing online, if they're using horrible, shitty Nexus, shit out of luck. If they're using Foundry, shit out of luck. Well, what if they're playing in person? Okay, what are they going to do? Throw away all of their cards that they bought so that they can play my game No. Am I going to be able to print cards like Daggerheart? No. Am I going to be able to get stuff onto Nexus? No. So there's no way to play this game. Basically, is what it comes down to. So that's another realistic problem, specifically about Daggerheart, but I think it's kind of true of almost any game. In which, there's this hurdle to getting people to adopt it. I'm realistic. I mean this realistically. Like, I don't want. Sure. I mean, there's a lot of things. You could make a game and no one ever. You know what? Here's the thing. If I made a game and everyone bought it and no one played it because they said, I can't play it. And again, I've talked to these creators. I hang out with these people. I see it from the business side that it is. And also, it's not just a business thing. It's I want to meet the gamers where they're at. And if where the gamers are at is, say online, and again, I'm quoting Stephen Glicker, if you're not on Foundry, you're dead. And he's kind of right. Like, Stephen makes a huge deal when him and Mark and Linda and Jess, when they make one of their books and they've got all these monsters, it's very important to him that is available, ASAP, on Foundry. In fact, I think he's trying to get onto D&D Beyond because he understands that's where a lot of people, play and meet the game. So, this is true. We do have someone in the Discord very passionately trying to fix Beacon for Foundry. This is true. Well, I think this is the problem, Jake, is, what's the name of that movie? Everything all at once, everything everywhere all the time all at once. People say, you got to make the first step in the journey of 10,000 miles. Failing to plan is planning to fail. I think you do have to have this stuff figured out. I do think you have to figure it out. And I think the best time to figure out the product stuff is before you start. Sorcerer could have been psionic. Oh, I also forgot. My desire and need for pointless symmetry. No, Jake, I'm just really, really bored and I don't have a job, and ranting about game design is kind of what makes people watch me, and that's kind of how I barely earn a living. So, yes, I guess. I like Commander Snookum. Step 1, make a great game. Step 2, market that great game. Step 3, cry, enjoy, or sorrow on the other side of thousands of hours. I like that. So what I was going to say is, you want to talk about killing sacred cows, okay? So once I started making this, I started thinking about like how would these things start lining up? And so I was like, okay, I still like the idea of midnight, right? Like, there's still cool ideas. And I don't want to get this wrong. So some of the traits or whatever, some of the things would get changed. Yeah, okay. I think this is it. Because this is where pointless symmetry comes in, right? So what you end up having is like, formerly known as bone. Okay, so these were going to be the domains, right? I'm remembering this now from past streams of yore. So the idea here is that you have 12 domains: Chaos, Elemental, Primal, Blade, Valor, Splendor, Order, Codex, Grace, what I'm calling Agility, which is kind of what used to be kind of Bone. and then a sort of a finesse sneaky, midnight chaos. And the cool thing about this is now they are opposed, right? So chaos is across from order, makes sense. Codex is across from elemental. Primal is across from grace, right? So I think of this as the civilized, talking to people. Primal is all about animals and beasts and being uncivilized. Splendor, right? Radiance, light, kind of good, is across from midnight, obviously. Being sneaky and being finesse and being kind of devious and underhanded is across from valor. And then, fighting with a weapon is kind of across like fighting with your body. That's why I called it agility, bone, whatever, the names would have to be opposite. So you end up with all the domains have opposing pairs in that way. And because we now have finesse, which is martial, and bone, agility, which is martial, we can now have a fully non-magical rogue who is not magical at all, which I know is like a really big... It didn't bother me that the rogue was magical. Far from it. But I thought that, I could appreciate that people were really, really irritated by that. And then instead, you have this sort of agility, finesse rogue who's fully martial, by the way. And then here, between sneaky finesse and midnight, you kind of have like, your shadow thief type character, right? So this is more of your, magical, clinging to the shadows, teleporting in and out of darkness and all this other stuff. I do like calling that one Skullduggery. That's not bad, actually. It's a good name. Who doesn't? Skullduggery is such an evocative name. Also, not that it's a huge deal. I, by the way, again, didn't care that wizards were Codex and Splendor and had access to healing. But in this world, the Codex, the wizard would go here and be Codex and Order, which is a new domain. So the wizard wouldn't be a healer, which, might make people happy. Although you could totally put some heal spells or heal-like effects in Order domain if you really wanted to give the wizard some ability to continue to heal. And because we have Order and Splendor now, we basically get access to sort of a priest type, white mage type character as well. And this is still our Seraph, Paladin, whatever you want to call it. And the other thing, by the way, which people would also lose their mind over is, so do you notice something? Blade and Valor, right? This is still their guardian, right? What are you noticing here? That's right. There's no warrior. There's no warrior, in my original 12, there is no warrior. In fact, if you were going to put a warrior in, it would probably be between sort of, agility and blade. And so the warrior would actually live right here in the middle. But technically that is not part of my initial thing. So I guess the fighter gets fucked. I see people saying this, by the way. Somebody said, Jake said, give bubbles to Order. And what he means is like Power Word Shield, temp HP. And Cinnabos said, Order equals temp HP. I love that. That's really great. Fighters are boring anyways. Guardians for the win. I'm not going to argue with you. I actually completely agree with you. Not that the fighter is boring. It's just like, what does the fighter do? Fight. Well, that used to be great back in the original D&D game when combat was only a small part of the game, believe it or not. And the whole role of the fighter was to be the class that was good at fighting. Thief, cleric, wizard, I should say magic user, MU. Were these classes good at fighting? Hell no. The thief had D4 hit points and no armor. The magic user had D4 hit points and no armor. Now, yes, the cleric was okay. They had heavy armor, so they weren't like terrible. But at best, they were a second tier combatant, right? With an inferior attack table and an inferior hit die and an inferior weapon choice. They couldn't use swords and bows. They could only use maces. So the fighter was the class that you picked because you needed somebody to be able to fight. But now everybody can fight. So if everybody can fight, What is the role of the fighter? So, anyways, I like this. Instead of heal, bubbles. That's good. Give them crits. Yeah, we could do that. So, anyways. Now, again, I don't know. I do like tanks and brawlers are nice.
DR Metropolis tipped $5. Hey Derek, just start. You do not plan the way. The way unfolds as you walk it. Act without forcing, and what needs doing will make itself known.
You know,
when you
I've
try
never
to grasp the whole path in advance, you lose the current that carries you forward.
You know, I've never been much of a divine providence or, you know, you'll figure it all out along the way. You know, I am one of those people who likes to plan. I like to plan the end at the beginning. You know, that's how I work. It's how I write things. I outline things. It's how I design projects. It's how I do analysis. I'm not a big fan of, you know, now, I mean, don't get me wrong. Like when I'm doing, let's say, an analysis for my job, right? I will start, right, with exploratory data analysis, right, where you're just kind of kicking around and figuring out what stuff's going on. Seven Ronin, welcome to the adventure. Appreciate you. Thank you for joining and becoming a sponsor. Appreciate you. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Enjoy the emojis and your cool loyalty badge. So when I'm doing exploratory data analysis, you know, I'm just kicking around ideas, but that's not really, and that's not analysis, right? That's just me brainstorming half-cocked ideas. But when I sit down to do a proper analysis, right, it is a structured and ordered, you know, process. Transfer your sub from Twitch, bro. I appreciate it, Severed Ronin. I know it costs a couple bucks more, and I really appreciate it so much. Thank you, Severed Ronin. Yeah, you like the new lights. These are just the nighttime lights. You missed the comment about what these lights are for. Yeah, the mood lights. Yeah, I mean, you know, we could quote Jameis from Dune. Right, who says, you know, the mystery of life isn't a problem to solve, but a reality to experience, a process that cannot be understood by stopping it. We must move with the flow of the process. We must join it. We must flow with it, right? Which is, you know, kind of what Dr. Metropolis was saying. But, you know, it's a good quote from Dune. Oh, correct. Yes. The Blade plus Primal is... hold on a sec here. Let me move this stuff. The idea of the Blade plus Primal is some kind of like, again, I can't deny that I liked 4th edition. So in 4th edition, the Barbarian was not a martial class. In 4th edition, the Barbarian was a primal class. And I believe in 5th edition, it's kind of that way too, right? Where your powers and abilities aren't just because you're mad. You know, your powers and abilities come from a primal source. So I love the idea of this being some sort of like, you know, kind of like shape changer, warrior, you know, barbarian, reaver, you know, crazy person in that way. Yeah, totem, animal spirits, the whole 9 yards, right? And ideally, the druid and the barbarian would both interact with the primal domain in a different way through their class features, right? And by the way, one of the things that I think is really important to note is that as a druid, you know, getting access to the backside of your beast might be a subclass thing, right? So not every druid every druid might have a limited amount of abilities to shape change, but like for a class to like be able to like go, unleash the beast fully, that might be subclass limited, because that way we can make it so that not every druid has to be a shape changer, which is another thing that I don't like per se. But exactly, I like there being options there. Right. All right. Vin was asking me an important question. Was going to ask what your favorite recent game you've covered, but how's your Game of the Year stream looking? We're going to do it. We're probably going to do it the week of New Year's Eve. In fact, I think is New Year's Wednesday or Thursday? We have a stream Tuesday. We'll probably do it. Thank you, Google, for not helping me at all. Yeah, we'll probably do it the 30th of that day. So, and we'll have a couple different categories. We'll talk about the games that we've covered this year, new games that came out, what are some of my favorite mechanics? What were some of my biggest surprises? I really want to keep it more positive. I know some people were like, what's the biggest cash grab? And what has the shittiest layout? But it's New Year's Eve. It's the end of the year. I mean, I've had enough bad stuff happen to me over the last 18 months. I think I'd rather keep it, somewhat more positive in that respect. Oh, yeah, Lane, big Bjorn vibes. Skin changer, right? Big Bjorn vibes for sure. Well, now I will say this, Cal. That's where you're starting to do. I think that's where you're literally creating your own game, right? Like if I start saying, I don't like the class-based design and I want to, I don't like the class-based design. I want free form ability to pick a role like strike. I do think at that point you are leaving the lens of what this is, because in this case I am still abiding by the framework of Daggerheart. I'm just swapping out what the pieces in that framework are. Oh, exactly, Dr. Metropolis. 100%. So, I mean, even I was like, okay, look, I don't think balance is a thing in this game. It's more about vibes than anything else. But this druid is really crazy. And the fact that you can multi-class into it and get all of its class powers is kind of crazy. So, Gridlock wants me to give in to my hatred. Positive, though, is good. Need a joke category, too, as well. Yeah, I think so. We could totally do that, for sure. Look, I love roles, right? For sure, but it's a little challenging in that respect. I think people do feel pigeonholed by roles, so I do think that is a realistic concern to have, for sure. And again, I think there's a lot of abilities and stuff like that could be reused, but I also again think that there's also a lot of stuff that I wouldn't want to be used in this used in this instance. Like I said, some of these things are just kind of more like alignment and what I view the role of the class doing. So like I said, you talk about Sacred Cows, would not want Wizard to have Fireball. I would want the Sorcerer to have Fireball. I mean, one of the reasons why I really liked Beacon as a mega game is because the ability to change the role from session to session is so valuable when running a mega game. I think that is something to be. I think that is pretty cool. Anyways, well, I mean, in Strike, right? Role is what you do. Class is how you do it. So, no. If you had a role in two domains, I don't really think you need a class. But then the problem though, this CCal then, would be that every defender would have the same defender abilities, So, right. So Dr. Metropolis, I think, is bringing a great point, okay? Like, a fighter could mark, but they did it by making attack rolls, and anybody they made an attack roll against got marked. A paladin could mark because they were also a defender. But the way a paladin marked was by initiating a divine challenge against one foe only, but they could do it at range. And if that foe ignored the mark, they would take automatic damage. A warden could mark everyone in an AoE point-blank range around them, but they didn't have the ability to do it at range, and they didn't get to do it every time they attacked somebody. So all of these classes interacted with the mark mechanic to a certain degree. And I don't remember what the battle mind did, but they did it in a different way that felt meaningfully different, right? No one would, the fighter's marking ability felt very martially oriented because it was tied to attacking. The paladin's divine challenge felt, appropriately, I'm challenging you to a holy conflict, right? And the warden's more has to do with the feel and the theme of the primality of it. Anyways, as a side tangent, one of the things that I always wish, and we thought, I must admit, we were trying to cherry pick, and we were kind of looking really, really deep for it. But one of the ideas that Smith and I always loved, and that we would have, if we redesigned 4th edition from the ground up, one of the things that we would have always really done is the idea that each power source, okay, martial, arcane, divine, and again, part of this is in the game. So we're not like crazy. We're not just making this up. So I view these as the 4 main power sources available in the game. Obviously, the first 3 came in Player's Handbook 1 upon game release. The primal source came later. But in our mind, and it ties into the lore of 4th edition a little bit, but my idea, yes, there was also a psionic, and there was a shadow. Maybe it wasn't psionic. Maybe it was psychic. I don't know if it was psionic or psychic, but it was one of those two. But let's ignore those for right now. Because one of the ideas that I loved, and they didn't do this with Primal, and I wish they would have, but they definitely did it with Divine, is that this is the power source. Okay? So each of these power sources could have a defender, could have a striker, could have a leader, could have a controller. But we liked the idea that every martial, the martial power source, sort of flavored your role in a strikerish manner. In the sense that even a warlord who is a leader, or a fighter who is a defender, because they were martial, they could still pull out some DPS. And the rogue should have been the DPS's DPS, because they were a striker in a striker role. Now, arcane, and if you know the power source, you'll know where I'm going with this. Because if you look at this thing like a sorcerer, the sorcerer was a striker, but they had a lot of AoEs. And the warlock was a striker from arcane, but they sure did have a lot of debuffs. Because the arcane power source sort of flavored all of your abilities as a controller. And it's pretty obvious what a divine power source does. It flavors it as a leader. And there's no better example than this than look at the paladin, a tank, a defender, who had an innate ability to heal people, lay on hands. And lastly, because of the role of primal in the lore of 4th edition, and for those of you who don't know, the idea of the primal source is basically the gods from the heavens. That includes the evil gods, by the way. The evil gods and the good gods. They're from the heavens. All right? And the elemental chaos, which is where the titans were warring for creation and basically warring over the world. And the primal power source represents the energy of the world itself. And it's a very defensive, protecting, nurturing, and basically it forced the gods and the titans out of the world. The power of the primal, the world tree, the whole 9 yards. And so, and yes, 4th edition cosmology is great. In my mind, this idea of being this sort of primal defender is that all the primal characters, regardless of their class, would be kind of defendery. And I really liked. Now, again, there's elements of this in the game, but they didn't go far enough with it, and they really shit the bed on Primal. And instead, Primal got this weird, like, you can kind of change roles, and it wasn't really. I didn't think it was very good. That's just me. Barbarian is the best example of this. Dr. Metropolis, 100%. Also, Dr. Metropolis, I think Warden is a good example of this because many people believe, I do, that the Warden is the best defender. That the Warden has the best array of features that make you really, really, really good at being a tank. So Warden is really good, and it's really good at being a tank. And the Defender, the Barbarian, is a great example because the Barbarian is the striker. Like in the Primal Power Source, the Barbarian is a striker. But obviously, they still have tons of hit points, and they have all this stuff. So they feel a bit like a defender, which is cool because it means that all the Primal characters can be kind of a defender. And I like that. I wanted to lean into that more than they did. So, yeah. The other thing I would have changed, of course, was I would have changed the Ranger from a Martial Striker to a Martial Controller. Everything is right there, everything that you need, right? You can use, now I know they came out with the Seeker later on, but the Seeker was like primal Martial, and it was this weird hybrid character. I hated what they did at the end of 4th edition. They fucking shit the bed on it. But you've got, WoW, you've played WoW, you've got your traps, you got barrages of arrows, just like a wizard dropping, Scorching Burst, right? You got all the stuff that you need to be a controller, I don't know, maybe you have like, tactics or tricks, that you can use. Anyways, and just make it martial. Yeah. So, everything's there. Now, being, in my world, a martial controller, this Ranger would still be a controller that could actually still do a fair amount of damage because the martial power source would flavor you in a striker-ish way. And in that way, if you ended up with, now because again, you have to have, unfortunately, you can't have everything be everyone. But if you wanted to pick, quote unquote, the most iconic class from each of these, you would have a martial striker, which would be a rogue. You'd have an arcane controller, which is a wizard. You would have a divine leader, which is a cleric. And normally you'd expect a fighter to be here, but unfortunately, 4th edition, we can't have two things from Martial, and we do need something from the Primal. So you get a Warden from the Defender. But, you almost end up at fighter, rogue, wizard, cleric, which obviously we can't do because 2 of those classes are Martial. But it's very close to what we would consider to be the iconic class, right? Because this is the arcane controller, and this is the divine leader, and the divine leader is already that. So, Oh, Dr. Metropolis, I completely agree with you. Because our party was mostly martial in our 4th edition campaign. We had a wizard, because at that time there was no controller in the Player's Handbook 1 other than the wizard. It was the only published controller, and we started our campaign with PHB 1. But the rest of our party was a ranger, a dragonborn ranger, a halfling rogue, a dwarf fighter, and a human warlord. So we had 5 people, 1 wizard, because that was the only controller, and then we had 2 strikers, ranger, rogue, and then 1 defender, fighter, and then we had 1 leader, warlord. So we had a very DPS heavy, and later on, when we played different 4th edition campaigns, we really realized how DPS heavy that martial party was, even though they weren't. So again, those elements were there. We weren't just making this up, The other reason I love this about the martial controller being a ranger is because we can finally get rid of fucking melee rangers. Sorry, Johnny. I hate the idea of like a melee ranger. I mean, to me, a ranger it should be a bow, a hunter, right? You don't. Hell, it's called range. I know that's not what the ranger and range means, but yeah. I mean, the wizard is a weird class in a weird spot thematically. So, but anyways, that is a tangent on 4th edition. Severed Ronin. I just finished watching Mike. I am like 5 videos behind on Mike's, so I got to catch up. Just finished Mike Wonderwood's deck building for Daggerheart video. Not my cup of tea, but I really enjoyed how he gave each class their own inspiration card, essentially a role card. Yeah, I got to check it out, you know? Yeah. I don't know it. They're called Rangers because they are good at cooking, yes. So. To be clear, I wouldn't even, I mean, we call it Ranger because it's a D&D term and we got to use it, but I honestly do think that the WoW term of Hunter is just better in that regard. I have no idea. I have no idea what deck building for Daggerheart is. So. You know, Gridlock, it's not for everybody. It's a fun game. I mean, it's hard to play legally because that stuff isn't really officially supported or out or anything like that. But now, somebody else said there was an elemental. I think I forgot that one from the Elemental Chaos. But to me, that kind of crosses over too much with Primal and Arcane and all that other stuff. But, you know, Psionic has a cool role. I don't know what role it fills, but, you know. Don't call it a ranger, but Aragorn. And, you know, the thing about Aragorn is, you know, again, they weren't rangers because they used a bow. they were rangers because they, you know, they ranged, as in they walked around the wild. So now we need an 8th so that we can do it all over again. Yeah. Well, no, the thing is like once you have this core, you know, once you have this core element, you know, see Cal in the One Ring. Well, you already know this. Never mind. I was going to tell you something stupid, but you already know that. I like the idea, as Karima said. So in 4th edition, they kind of made the primal class or primal role the one that could kind of flex between. I like the idea of Psionic being that flexible. So I'm actually with Karima on this one. I like the idea of Psionic being able to potentially you maybe shift or switch between roles or something like that. I think that could be kind of a cool thing that makes them stand out. So I'm not sure, you know. Anyways, the other option is 4th edition had monster roles, and there wasn't a full overlap. So monster roles, you had the soldier, which was defender. You had a controller. You had a leader. But in terms of kind of your damage dealers, you had brute, skirmisher, artillery, and lurker. Now, obviously, you can see in the core game that a lot of this stuff falls into the striker role, right? Like a ranger might be artillery or a skirmisher. A barbarian is a brute. A rogue could be a skirmisher, but a rogue could also be a lurker. So they kind of boil all of that into that. You feel like they're missing an artificing role or power source. So there was a artificer, and they made it an arcane leader. So they did release an artificer. They also released a rune priest. Now, I'm not saying I agree with any of these classes, by the way. We did have a person who was a rune priest. It was kind of a wonky class. But the rune priest was a divine leader. But it's like, why do you need a cleric and a rune priest? I don't think you do. So, anyways. I mean, no. I think this was even I think this was even a topic of conversation back in the day. I think we talked about this back in the day. Like, you could have an alchemy or something, right? And so you got your defender, you got your striker, you've got your controller, you've got your leader. And so, like, you could have an alchemist as your controller. You know, you could have, whatever, some sort of, potion master or whatever, or, elixir master or something like that as your leader. And then you could have some sort of like, maybe like some sort of Dr. Jekyll, mutagenist as your defender. And then I don't know what your striker would be. But like I remember having these conversations 20 years ago or whatever it was, 15 years ago. But we did talk about an alchemy power source. And I thought that there was definitely something there for sure. Yeah, I mean, if you kind of make it more tech, maybe you make it alchemist, you could put in gunslinger, but I hate gunslingers, so fuck gunslingers. Sorry. What are you writing with? I am writing with a Wacom Intuos Pro, which is it's a tablet. So I have a stylus. No, I'm not doing this with my mouse. Tectomancer. I can never say it. Jess. Okay, so can you make your Beast Blossom Daggerheart Primal deck an optional variant rule for as is Daggerheart to test the water of something that you could later bring with you if you pursue deeper changes? Well, I think what I would actually have to do, Jess, officially, I mean, if I really wanted to do that, is I would have to, I don't even remember where our fucking Daggerheart stuff was. What I would have to do is I would actually have to make the elemental domain. I would have to make the primal domain. And then I would also have to release a new druid class, because the whole point of the primal deck is that it interacts with the new druid class, which doesn't have shape changing as part of its class feature, and then also has to have a way to interact with the primal deck to flip between Blossom and Beast. So, yeah, but Derek, Critical Role has Gunslinger. It's now core to mainstream D20 fantasy. I hate it so much. Here, you want to know what I really hate about the Gunslinger? I hate how bad the guns are. They're balanced. It just doesn't even make sense. Like, that's the part I don't like about it. Derek objectively wrong about Gunslinger. I'm sorry. I will not change it. Not only do I hate the Gunslinger, but I really hate the Gunslinger in PF2 because it's so stupid because of stuff like Blast Lock and rocket jump with your pistols. I mean, look, if you're gonna make some sort of stupid dumb guns, don't make them dumb on top of that. Oh, what's the other stupid one? Oh, you shoot your gun and then you you heal yourself with the hot barrel. Fuck that class. Okay. Oh, sure, right. Elemental, primal, druid, and then also a barbarian or whatever we would call it, that you would use the primal and the blade domain. Yeah, that would probably be something like that. Look, I'm a big fan of Lord of the Rings, where you don't have plate armor in the One Ring because plate armor came very late in the game. So I will say that. All right. Exactly. The guns are awful. Is that why you hate space guns too? I don't know. I can accept space guns a little bit more because I guess everybody's used to space guns. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Also, the damage is really low. Right. That you got the idea, Shazbot. The idea is that gunslingers are cool, man. They're cool. So. And don't get me started on beast guns, where you have sex with your gun after it's an animal. Another rare case where Derek and I agree. So, again, I don't need my game to be, the most scientifically accurate thing of all time, but the Gunslinger pushes the boundaries of anything that I can possibly remotely accept. The Gunslinger, like a lot of things, could have been an archetype. Same thing with the investigator. What was that about beast guns? You know, Sweet Thread, it's been a while since I remembered how it works. If somebody wants to clarify, there is a archetype in Pathfinder 2 called the Beast Gunner, and you have this very close personal relationship with your gun, and you bond to it in an extended ritual in which you first hunt the creature, and then you turn it into a weapon, and then you symbolically bond with it, your flesh becoming flesh. And so the joke was that you the joke was that you were having sex with your gun. That's how you become bonded to it. And anyways, and then instead of having a gun, you have like the carcass husk of a, random creature that is now your gun, and you do it all so that you can basically spell strike at a distance. That's what, I mean, here's the worst part about it. All of that stuff, okay, is just so that people can do the 3-action spell sling so that you can shoot your gun and strike with a spell attack roll. And the only reason you did all of that was because you had the investigator archetype, and or you had true strike, and or you had a bunch of stacked bonuses to your aid, to your status and circumstance bonus. And that way, you would know, because of how people misplayed and broke and did stupid thing with the investigator, that you were going to have a high enough roll to crit. And so that round, because you knew you were going to crit, you would choose to spell sling, which would mean that you would auto crit with your a spell sling from your beast gun, which meant that you would crit with your gun, which is very good because they're fatal and deadly and all this other stuff. But it also meant that you would crit with your spell attack roll. And that way you would do a lot of damage plus a lot of damage, and it was all baked into it. So the worst part about it was this completely crazy, insane concept. And the only reason people did it was so that they could maximize crit fishing via the investigator class, which also boggles the mind. It bothers me that I know this. Anyways, Zen, peace out. He strongly approved. No, Eldamon, you're not fucking the Eldamon. You're becoming friends with them. There's a difference. Oh, Vin left. What, he said strongly approved. Oh, he says he got to go. All right. Derek After Dark continues. Yeah. I don't remember what creatures you could have here. You have to hunt them, and it has to be in a fair hunt. I don't even remember where. I don't even remember how or where or what monsters you could hunt. Is there anything in? There's a tentacle gun. Oh, there's a tentacle cannon, a drake rifle, a spider gun. It's completely silly. Yeah, basically. Derek Gus just confusing Pathfinder for James Cameron's Avatar. I know the new movie comes out. I never saw the second one. I thought the first one was okay. Anyways, going back to what we were talking about. Yeah, I think maybe, if anything, you could create, this package with the new primal, my new primal domain, my elemental domain, and then the druid. And then if you really wanted to, because you could also include this, this barbarian-esque class, which I probably wouldn't name a barbarian because I think it would get the wrong class fantasy across. But who knows? I don't know. Maybe. Some people do. Yes. Thank you, Sent Bullet. There you go. We got jumped by 4 jungle drakes, and their corpses are useless. Now, this is a great segue into the ongoing saga. Now, I wrote this earlier today about the KOLC design process. Okay, this is the KOLC design process. This is the official KOLC design process. Okay, it's a joke which becomes a meme, which becomes actually there's some cool mechanics in here. Okay. 2, people look at it. Get interested. 2, mega game? No. Maybe. Secret work begins. New mega game. So that's the official KOLC design process, right? There's a joke. We make a meme about it. Then people actually go, you know what, actually, there's actually some cool mechanics in here. Then people start looking at it, and they kind of get interested in it. And then a couple people get interested in it, and then somebody goes, mega game? And then I'm like, absolutely not, no. And now I look at it, and I go, maybe. And then I start working on it in secret, and then before you know it, there's a new mega game. So this is the official KOLC design process. This whole thing, of course, is a meme and a joke. But yes, this is how the process goes. So the decision, the talking about jumping the jungle drakes and them being useless, brings up the point that we are here seriously about looking at Wilderfeast as a mega game possibility. Because again, we're in our off season. Anything goes, and we'll probably end up with something like Lancer. And who knows? And maybe Wilderfeast. And again, the best part about it is, I absolutely think this idea is completely silly and stupid. But there it is. Again, for those of you who didn't watch Wilderfeast, the game's primary inspiration are the Monster Hunter games from Capcom, which I never played, and Dungeon Meshi, or Delicious in Dungeon, the Netflix anime about the group of fantasy adventurers who go down into a dungeon and hunt the monsters and kill them and eat them. So those are the game's primary reason. Even the game says this. These are the primary inspiration for this game. Is this? I have no idea. But the nice thing, CCal, is there's almost no. I mean, the mechanics for this game are just so minimal. So it's fine. Look, again, it starts as a joke, Cinnabos. Then it becomes a meme. So it's funny to you that he landed on a game. The problem is, I just appreciate that the play mechanic of this game really works well, I think, for a mega game, for sure. Shazbot. We had a super chat too, by the way. Shazbot says, "Sorry to go back to 4E, but there should be an occult power source themed around debuffs and the Warlock. Should be the striker for it, Necromancer controller." Shazbot, that could be what Shadow is, right? And you could have done more with Shadow. I don't disagree with you, Shazbot, that I like the idea of leaving the sorcerer for the arcane striker and moving the Warlock into something more debuff focused. So, Shazbot, I actually really kind of like that, because I think what I like doing, Shazbot, is making arcane more controller AoE, and then making Shadow or what you're calling a cult, more controller debuff, right? And it's kind of dividing. Now, that's not to say that the arcane source doesn't have any debuffs, and that's not to say that a shadow or a cult power source wouldn't have any AoEs. But the main thing about the arcane is big explosions, and then the thing about the occult or whatever, or the shadow, would be primarily debuffs or DOTs, right? And I think that's actually a really cool idea. So I'm right there with you. So we do have a super chat from our friend FL4G. Just have a smaller scope mega game. Wilder Feast sounds awesome. Merry Christmas, and keep up the amazing work. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you so much for that super chat. Yeah, I mean, the problem with mega game is smaller mega games is there is a critical limit, that you have to reach. So if you don't have enough people in a mega game, it kind of is a self-fulfilling prophecy that it won't work out. And, one of the things I'm really, really right or wrong, and maybe we give people this, like there was a time this year or this week, there was a time earlier this season where Northern Reaches Season 3, that's our Pathfinder 2 mega game, was doing something like 30 plus games a week. And in fact, I think there was a couple of games where we got close to 40. So that means you're roughly looking at 5 to 6 games a day. So there were games basically aplenty, more games than you could shake a stick at. And if you wanted to play, you could basically play. There was tons of opportunities for this. Now, let's say that instead you had a mega game and you had 20 people in it. It's still a lot of people, bigger than you'd ever want in a campaign. That's fine. And you might have, 3 to 5 games a week, which is still a lot more than most people's one. But the problem is now the chance that you'll be able to find a game at a time that works for you at your time zone or your unique schedule, or I was really hoping to play on Saturday. That's the day of the week I have off. That's the day of the week is kind of I have free. No one's running a game on Saturday. Well, I guess I'm SOL. So there's as you get more people, the density of games goes up and it becomes easier, ironically, to get games to more people. In other words, it's easier to run games for 50 people than to run games for 20 people. Even though there's way more people in 50, it's a lot easier to run games for 50 because there's that many more GMs, there's that many more games, there's that many more players that are available. So, when we did Dragontide, which was a beta season, and we initially started off strong with 40 people signed up, but about 15 of those people never really engaged with the game. So we had about 25 people, and by the end of the season, as always these things decay down to probably a core group of around 15. And we had some GMs who posted a sign up and said, hey guys, I need at least 3 people to run, or 2 people or 3 people to run this game. And I only have 2 signups. Unless we get a 3rd or a 4th, we can't. So, and they didn't end up doing that, So, we had GMs who were trying to run games and there weren't enough players to fill it. So, because you need both sides. You need a GM who's running a game and you need to have players who are interested in running the games. Jess is 100% correct. Derek likes Wilder Feast for the same reason he likes Monster Hearts, basically. It commits to what it's doing, it does it, and it does it well. And that's exactly right. There is something very, very appealing. I can appreciate when something isn't for me, but it's done really, really, really well. And as a kind of a secondary element to it, what I'm looking for, so this is actually my real reason that I like Mega Wilder Feast for a game. For me, the number one problem, outside of scheduling, the number one problem, scheduling is like the tier, right? That's like tier 0. The number one problem with mega games is that most people join them to play that game. For me, as the overlord, this is the number one problem that I've had with mega games, is that people aren't joining Northern Reaches to play Northern Reaches or to play a community game. They're joining Northern Reaches so that they can play Pathfinder 2. Frequently, often, and at a regular level. A lot of people, signed up to play Dragontide, not because they wanted to play Dragontide. They did it because they wanted to play Dragonbane. And if we did a draw steal mega game, a lot of people would join up to play draw steal. The advantage of Wilderfeast as a mega game is that nobody wants to play Wilderfeast. So this actually works to my advantage because it means that they're joining to play the mega game, not the game, which is good. And that believe it or not, that for me that's a net positive. Because again, if all people want to do is just play draw, if all people want to do is play draw steal, guess what? You could go do that. You don't need me to do that. You don't need my administrative tech. You don't need all my technology. Just go run a mega game. You could go run a draw steal mega game. Do whatever you want. I mean, you don't need me to do it. The reason I'm involved is because I am trying to create a experience that is focused on the community aspect. Okay? Not the system that the game is about. Right? When I created Northern Reaches, when Smith created Northern Reaches, it wasn't trying to create something that allows you to play Pathfinder 2 a lot and well. That's what Pathfinder Society is. And in fact, I would encourage people to go play Pathfinder Society if that's what you want to do. Or you could go join a Pathfinder game. People run them on our servers all the time. We were trying to create a new, unique community experience that is distinctly unique from any game, let alone Pathfinder 2. We just happened to... You could think of Northern Reaches was the game. And it was powered by... Right? Powered by PF2. But it wasn't really a PF2 game. It was a powered by PF2. We used many of the mechanical elements of it. And I think a lot of people join Northern Reaches and still join Northern Reaches because they want to play Pathfinder 2. In fact, they want to play a lot of Pathfinder 2. Maybe they want to play Pathfinder 2, on tap and very flexibly. They don't want to join a regular game because their schedule is very chaotic and irregular, or it's difficult to find a game, and so it's easier. So, But our idea, in theory, is that it shouldn't matter. And this is my crazy thinking, because again, I admit it's crazy, is that it shouldn't matter what the system is. The reason you should be joining this game isn't because you want to spam 100 games of Pathfinder 2 in 3 months or 4 months. And yes, people have done that. It's because I want to give you a unique experience that you can't get anywhere else. And that is a community experience. So anyways, that 4th edition mega game. Well, the problem with 4th edition is, full disclosure, I'm not going to do anything illegal. I know a lot of people play 4th edition. They play it on Foundry. There's hacks and ways to do it, and you can import certain compendiums that aren't necessarily legal, and you can use the character creator if you disconnect your computer from the internet and you relaunch fucking Microsoft, whatever it was called, Silverlight or whatever. I'm not going to ask anyone to do that, and I'm definitely not going to do that in a game that I am publicly facing for. So I'm not going to encourage people to violate WotC's licenses in order to do that. So and as for people could just fill it out for themselves, realize that we play fully supported games, PF2, Dragonbane, fully supported on an incredibly robust Foundry server with everything in the compendiums, drag and drop. And we still get people who, one of the top complaints from both games over many seasons is there's too much logging and too much work. So, asking somebody to go in and fill out the text for, their feat or something like that they can't just drag and drop into a compendium. They just have to type it out. You mean I have to buy the book in order to be able to use it? Oh, just download the PDF for free. No, that's stealing. That is stealing. So, again, I'm not going to encourage that. That's what I'm trying to say. Make the Dagger Reaches game then. Now we established that Dagger Heart is plus 4E. What do you mean here, Dr. Metropolis? Have you ever tried to basic West March's system? Maybe we're overcooking this bird. I have no idea. The problem with I don't really know what you mean. The problem with a West March idea is 1 GM plus, I don't know, 10 to 20 plus players. Like that is when people say West March, they mean the Ben Robbins, and that is what a West March is. 1 GM, 10 to 20 players. Should have a Mega Traveler mega game. Now we're talking. That Traveler would be cool. I agree. Well, the problem with Strike is it is an undercooked game. It is underdeveloped. You never really fully finished it. It's poorly edited. There are some areas of it that are just, quite frankly, missing. The game Strike relies on you creating a lot of your own stuff. It gives you frameworks and templates and gives you advice, but it doesn't really have, drag and droppable stuff. And quite frankly, I think it is an undercooked game. I think it's incredibly amazing, and the ideas behind it are inspired, but I don't think it is, a fully baked. It's like a great recipe, a great cake recipe, wonderful, great balance. You put it in the oven, you pulled it out, and then the middles were still a little, jiggly and wet. You didn't wait for it to fully bake, so it needed more time in the oven. Fair enough. As a forever GM with the world's most fickle group, I would like to just play. That's totally fair. There you go. Kirima says, I know how to fill it all out for myself in 4th edition. I am not doing that for 30 people. And by the way, that is being said by the person who basically custom designed half the macros for Northern Reaches Season 3. And trying to get shit to work. Mythic Bastion Land, another one that's a little bit, tricky to do in that respect, because it's so focused on, your personal interaction with those myths in that realm. I don't know what I mean either, so we're on the same page. Sick. I mean, Commander Snookums, yes, I would say that is kind of the Gary Gygax method, Oh, Jake, I mean, when the new edition drops, yeah, we need to have Panic at the Dojo. Not Panic at the Disco, Panic at the Dojo. Yeah, and we'll get Panic at the Dojo Tournament, Arena Edition. But, anyways, yeah. I think it'll be really, really cool. I think it'll be really neat if we can manage to make this work. And I'm interested because, again, I think it'll be interesting to see people go, I have no interest in this game. Just run a 5e mega game. No one in your community would be playing that for the system. There you go. Liz or die based off of the mega game part. Yes. Right. But the advantage is it has infinite bot support. Some members of our Patreon were showing me some of the things that the bots do on some of those big, huge mega game, whatever, West Marches 5. And I mean, I got to admit, I was a little bit awestruck. I was a little bit jealous. I was a little bit like, what is even going on here? Because I was just so impressed by how robust, how robust these bots were and how automated they were. And again, I would love to have all of our mega games have a really cool, sick web interface front end with a beautiful UI and a powerful database-driven back end with featured automation and API calls, the ability to interface with your sessions and your characters and keep everything uploaded and all this other stuff. I would love to be able to do that. But, I'm a pretty small Discord, and I don't have a ton of ability or time or capital to do all that. So, that's unfortunate. And obviously with these really super huge, big mega game servers, they've got some really hyper dedicated. I mean, it's crazy to me how the entire Foundry ecosystem is basically just really dedicated / taken advantage of volunteers who do all this work on behalf of other companies for free, just because they're passionate. And you can say what you want, but I think that's exploitative, And I try to avoid doing that as much as I can, is what it really comes down to. So, because obviously I have had members of my Patreon come to me and say, Derek, I'll do this thing for you, or, let me do this for you, let me do this for you. And I go, no. I go, no, I don't want you to do that, because if you're going to do work for me, I value what you do, and you should be paid for that. And I'm not in a position to pay you, so I'm sorry, I have to turn down your generous offer. And I mean, to be completely honest with you, that is something that really sets me apart from a lot of other content creators, because a lot of other content creators, especially when they were small and getting off the boat, they relied on very passionate fans to do a lot of things for them. And I try to avoid that as much as I can. No, sound seems good from my end, Jorelson. I mean, my meters are good. I don't know what sound is getting to you, but yeah, I mean, Pathfinder 2nd Edition has an army of people who maintain that, and so many people rely on Archives of Nethys and their Foundry module in order to play the game, and neither is paid, and they're all just volunteers. So, what's up, Christian? Good to see you. Europe is waking up. So, anyways. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the Cosmere game. Again, there's been some very strange decisions made with these games that have, cropped up and popped up in the sort of, it popped up 2 years ago during the OGL. Wait, when was the OGL? Was it 2024 or 2023? OGL must have been 2023, like January, February 2023. So there you go. Coming on 3 years ago. I'm glad we've decided that Derek is going to make his primal domain, elemental domain, and druid class. Oh, right. Absolutely. Now, see, Jake, this is where I start talking myself out of it, though, because I go, well, the problem is, for the elemental domain to work, you also kind of have to change what the codex domain does, because there's elements of the codex domain that I don't want in codex because I think they don't belong there. I think they belong in elemental, just saying. Thank you. 2023. Thank you. Yeah, it was a weird time. I mean, it was also really, really weird because that was the first time I had this kind of like big decision to make, which was like, I don't talk about this stuff. Am I going to talk about this stuff? And I didn't. And, there's a lot of channels, like I said, that gained triple their subscribers, And I was kind of in the same, like at the time, like, I don't know, NoNat was like at 15K, and Rules Lawyer was like at 7K, and Knights of Last Call was like at 9K or something like that. And then I didn't do anything, and then by the end of it, I was at 10K, and Rules Lawyer was like at 40K or something, and NoNat was like at like 60K or something crazy. And I didn't talk about it. I didn't make the videos every day with the really dramatic thumbnails and all that other stuff. And maybe that was a bad decision. I don't know, but I chose not to. I chose not to get involved. Jake, I don't have to do that. I can do that later. But yeah, I don't. The Cosmere thing is a very weird situation for sure. The other thing is, I don't know how people actually just create something from nothing. Like, I'm really good at like taking somebody else's cool idea and maybe like, picking it apart and shifting things around. But can you imagine just like sitting down and like coming up with something? It's crazy. Again, I tell Jess all the time, I'm like, I don't know how you make anything up. That's just so insane to me. All right, just Gridlock, take care. I'm getting a little tired myself, so I mean, technically, I'm supposed to stream tomorrow on Thursday. Let's see. What do I got? I've got Thursday. I've got a stream. Friday, I'm playing Fabula Ultima with my friends. Saturday, I think I'm playing board games. Sunday, I am doing the One Ring, 2nd edition, live from the studio. In theory, it's not 100% ready. And I think that's going to be for the patrons only. And then we're into the holiday week. So we got Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is Christmas Eve, and then Thursday is Christmas Day. But there's no guarantee that I won't be streaming those days either. So there you go. I don't make things up. Someone hands me an outline, and I just write what they tell me to write, and then they pay me. All right, respect, Jess. Don't I just sit around daydreaming about worlds and rules? No, not really. Maybe rules. Maybe rules. Definitely not world. What's the stream tomorrow tonight? I have no idea, Jake. Here's the problem. We have a lot of first looks to do. The patrons have really been putting a lot of stuff onto our plate for first looks. And so the next one on the book is Land of Eam. But Bob kind of wants to be on that one as well, but Bob is never available on Thursdays, so he can't do that one with me. So either we'll skip Land of Eam and do the next one on the list, which is Heroic Deeds, which is a small indie game published by a recent member of our Patreon. So we might take a look at that one. So that could be a first look. And then after that, we've got Dolmenwood coming up. So we got some definitely Exalted Funeral stuff coming out here for sure. So that's the current first look queue, by the way. First, sometimes the outline is just one word, like Swarmblood. But yeah, I mean that's a pretty evocative word. You could do that. Jake, we're too early. That's the 4th question. We have to go through the first 3 questions for sure. What time frame am I guessing for Tor Live? You know what, Edward? I will try to get you some information for that. The answer is I have no clue. To be clear, one of the reasons why we are making it a Patreon-only stream is because it will literally be the first time this group will be on our new setup. So I expect there to be some technical difficulties. And the One Ring starter box set is pretty minimal. It's really designed, I think, you could probably do it in 1 session. But I'm giving it 2 sessions because, one, it'll give it some time to figure stuff out and play the game a little bit. But also, I'm expecting there to maybe be some technical difficulties. Because, again, a lot of this stuff I have rigged up, but I haven't really been able to test it in a live studio situation. The guys have never been, on these headsets before, so there's going to be an element to that. Normally, I would go in and I would EQ and configure each person's audio so that I'm dealing with each person's individual unique nuances. Well, I'm obviously not going to have time to do that, so there's some, there's going to be some hurdles. So if it's terrible, we never have to share it with anybody. And if it works out okay, maybe we down the line we eventually make it a VOD that we release to the wider audience. But actually, side tangent. 2. Now I was on Roll for Combat the other day. It was the one where we were talking about Professor DM's thing about Dungeon Tube dying, and I said that, and I made this statement, which is true, that I've met a lot of content creators, including Professor Dungeon Master, who I really respect and admire. But I've met a lot of content creators, and I have noticed that there is a distinct difference between me and them, and which is that most of them are pretty burned out, nervous, obsessed with the algorithm, obsessed with the hype, obsessed with the future and the state of D&D and all this other stuff. And I'm not. And the reason is because I don't care how many views, pretty much, any of my videos get. I mean, the net total amount of money I get from my views is close to next to nothing. Now, the truth of the matter is, most of these people don't really make that much money off of their views either. But they do make money off of sponsorships and product placements. And a big part of how much money you get for a product placement or a sponsorship, or if you get one at all, is, yes, how many views you get and how big is your potential audience. So it's kind of a, a multiplicative effect. Long story short, for a lot of these people, the worth of their channel is directly tied to how relevant their views are, how relevant their videos are, and how much views they got. I don't. Now, I make a lot less money than these channels too, so let's also put that into perspective. But per capita, I make vast more money per audience member, right? So for the size of my audience, I do very well. So I've always been on this sort of Patreon model. Well, recently, I just watched videos from 2 content creators independent of TTRPG. One is a war gamer channel, and the other one is a audio visual, camera audio, sound stuff channel, right? Interest of mine, people I've watched, and they recently did kind of end of the year, state of the channel, state of YouTube type videos. And they both basically said the same thing, which is, in case you haven't noticed, or if you're not paying attention or whatever, the future of YouTube is basically a paywall model. And, where they basically put 10% of their content outside the paywall, and they put 90% of their content behind the paywall. And so like this Wargamer channel, which I watch, they'll do a campaign of a war game, right? So it'll be like a 7-session or 7-game series. They'll put game 1 on YouTube for everybody. But games 2 through 7, those are behind the paywall. And Shazbot says, was it mini wargaming? It was mini wargaming, Shazbot. So, which I love. I think it's a great channel, and I think Matt and Dave are great, and I support. I'm a Vault member, Shazbot. I'm a Vault member, and I pay, and I think it's a really cool model for them, and I get what they're doing, and it's interesting for me because I relatively speaking, if you're a patron, you know this. I don't really do a lot of videos, and so I don't really have a lot of content that is behind a paywall. Now, the content that I do have behind my paywall is, as Jess alluded to here, it's not just my videos, it's the hours I spend in my Discord interacting with my patrons. Very true. However, the vast majority of my patrons don't really participate in my Discord. And a lot of them that are in the Discord are lurkers, and I don't get a chance to interact with them. And I sometimes feel bad because I say, I want to make sure that they're getting, the value for their dollar that they're providing. And so sometimes I feel like maybe there should be some model where I have more stuff, that is exclusively for the patrons. Now, a lot of times I have offered this to the patrons, and the patrons basically say, no, just release it. It's cool. Hey, do you guys want to get, videos first? And they go, nah, just release it. Everybody deserves to watch you guys be idiots. So it's kind of a weird spot where my own patrons don't really want exclusivity, but I do feel that exclusivity is a good way to sell, But also, I don't really do videos, right? I do live streams. So it's kind of tough in that respect. What's up, Uluvatar? Smendon, I know that they were one of the first people to do that payment model. And I think back then it was considered kind of like radical and unthinkable, because back then everyone's like, YouTube is free. How dare you put your content behind a paywall? But now everybody's pretty familiar with Patreon or Coffee or all these other kind of, paywall type models. I'm glad you appreciate. I'm glad you enjoy your lurking. I'm sure. Yes, time zones do not help. Although, Jorelson, I am up at God knows what time, of the day. So I am up a lot. So, I mean, that's fair. That's fair. That is true. I mean, there are a couple of channels, again, it is well known, I don't go to. I don't go to the video game channel, I don't go to the anime channel, and I don't go to the play-by-post channels. That's about it. So. Oh, that's fair, Shazbot. Although, when you're free in New Zealand, right, you're like, what, 13, 14 hours ahead of us? So, your evening is like 2 a.m. Well, I'm usually up at 2 a.m. Give or take 3 a.m. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah, so Derek, we used to do that back when we didn't do live streams. We only did videos. We did a Patreon-only live stream once a month. And it wasn't even through, like, YouTube. It was just done. It was a big Zoom call. But then people stopped going to it. And we still did it, but no one showed up because when we started doing actual live streams, people go, Derek answers my questions all the time anyways, and I can talk to him whenever I want to, and now he's live streaming 2 or 3 times a week. What's the point of going to this special one? There's nothing. I asked him all the questions I wanted to ask him last week. Karama says, I get the value out of my dollar. Well, Karama, I appreciate you, especially since Karama is one of our highest tier legends. So that is very nice coming from you. I really, really appreciate it. To say nothing of the fact, obviously, that we do have a handful of patrons who really go above and beyond and contribute a crazy amount of money just to make the success of this channel a personal priority for them. I think that's huge. Zen Bullet, don't remind me that it's not OnlyFans. Otherwise, I'd be making so much more money. I assure you, my feet, very fuckable. I don't actually know, but I've been told that. Meanwhile, Jess says, I think that so much of what your core audience tunes in for is these kinds of hangout and chat streams like we're doing right now. So I wonder if the kind of value you can offer on a Patreon-only stream would be even less topic-driven. Hang out while I prep my session or hang out while I tidy my house. Oh, yeah, like super, super, super. Like super casual. Derek's doing. Well, that was kind of the goal of like me playing Final Fantasy, and doing some Twitch stuff is just to like hang around and do stuff like that. But do it backwards. Just create short content only for patrons. It's funny that you say that, Jake. I have people who have supported me for a very long time before we ever started doing live streams. And they basically said, Derek, I love you, but I don't really watch any of your content anymore. It was tough to watch it when you were doing videos, and those were 30, 40, 50 minutes long. But now that you do live streams that are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, sometimes 6.5 hours long, I hate to say this, buddy, I don't have the time for that. And I love you, and I'm glad that you're creating the content that you are creating, but I'm not going to watch you. So some of my patrons are very, they're like, hey, you got my money. Don't worry. But I'm not watching. I have no idea how any of these other people make their money. I mean, they have there's so much money to be made through other channels that I don't deal with, sponsorships and, backdoor, back alley deals, and you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back, and merch and ticket sales, and God knows, Do you have any tiny model houses that you can crush in a 1-minute video? No, I'm fresh out of tiny model houses. All right, nice charcuterie-based OnlyFans called Only Meats. Well, Shazbot, I mean, that's why you're here and not anywhere else. I mean, there's definitely a lot of people who absolutely... I mean, I will say this. Can I say this? Yes. I think a lot of content creators, many content creators, I am very impressed at how much they say and manage to say in a 10-minute video or a 12-minute video. I'm impressed, right? A lot of juice for the squeeze. But the amount of juice is still very small. You know what I mean? Like, yes, it was very efficient, but that doesn't mean that there was a lot of knowledge transferred or gained. So, that's my problem with most of these video streams is I go, what are you really saying here? It doesn't feel like you're saying anything. So, that's the problem I have with it. So, yeah, my podcasts that are lasting 2 hours are feeling short nowadays, thanks to being spoiled by Derek and even the Roll for Combat live streams, right? Look, we go on look, there's a lot of things that are not ideal about this format. One of them is we go off on tangents. One of them is I don't have a script and I'm not preparing anything. So sometimes I'm, like thinking and there's blanks and, there's not too many like long, awkward pauses, but, there's a lot of, sometimes there's a little bit of scrambling and I'm trying to, pulling out a whiteboard because I wasn't ready for that. And I got to think and somebody asked me a question. I don't know the answer to it. So there's an inefficiency with this format. But on top of that, I am able to communicate just like we're doing right now. You ask me a question, you don't understand something that I'm talking about or I'm drawing or I'm illustrating, you just ask me right now. You don't have to worry about the comments. You don't have to, right? You are a part of the stream in a very, very real way. And I think that is a big, I think that's a big value for a lot of people. Oh, I'm well aware of what the algorithm prioritizes. It does not prioritize me. You could look up Knights of Last Call on YouTube. You barely will find our stuff. To say nothing of the fact that we have, hundreds and hundreds of live streams that are each 4 or 5 hours long. So, there's a lot of content to go through for sure. Hey, so many people talk about that I am their background noise, Severed Ronin. In fact, this is one of the reasons why, even though I bring up your chat on the screen, I almost always read it out because I want people who are just listening, which we get a lot of people who are just listening, to basically be able to understand what we're kind of talking about. So I try to make it a priority to make sure that people who are just listening at least somewhat understand what we're saying. I think pull out the whiteboard is an added value in a stream personally. Yes, the random sketch musings. Can you imagine when I used to be a manager and people worked for me, right? The one wall of my office was just this gigantic dry erase board, and I would, this would be the basis for a whole new analytical approach. And it's like, what did we even write down here? It's just the most brainstormy, stream of consciousness, word vomit that we've ever seen in our life. So this is very apropos for me. Right, Smendon, there's absolutely something to be said about being able to communicate efficiently. I don't communicate efficiently. Full stop. There's no doubt about it. Well, Jorelson, I like using Microsoft Whiteboard because it has a really, really great, smooth interface with my stylus, and it works really, really well. However, it is not ideal. So I actually pay money for a website called Excalidraw. And the advantage of Excalidraw is it's cloud-based, so I can pull up my Excalidraws when I'm on my laptop or when I'm at home. But also, Excalidraw has a lot of really great automatic custom functions and all this other stuff. The problem is that Excalidraw is a little wonky because it's not made for styluses. So it expects you to be using your mouse. So there's a lot of auto smoothing that goes into the pen tool. And as a result of it, when I'm using an actual stylus, it feels very lagged and slow and unresponsive. So I like Excalidraw a lot, but I don't like using Excalidraw with my stylus, and I like using my stylus. By the way, about an hour ago, somebody asked me, "Oh, you do art too?" No. The reason I have a Wacom tablet is because I used to be a photographer, and it is much easier to do retouching on photos with a stylus. No, I am using a I'm using a stylus. No, I'm not using my mouse. I mean, I have a mouse, but I'm not using a mouse. I'm using a stylus. This is what we're seeing here is Microsoft. This is Microsoft Whiteboard. This one has a beautiful response, right? To it's even got its really nice pressure sensitivity, right? So if I push down harder, it gets thicker, and right. So it's got a beautiful response. And it works really well with the other side of the Intuos, which is an eraser tool. Microsoft Ink understands that it's that. So Jess is saying, Derek has a Wacom Intuos too. If any of you are interested in our tablets, in this day and age, you should get a Huan and not a Wacom. The days where Wacom was king and there's no competition are over. And if you want to save even more money, you should get an XP pen. I have an XP pen. So this tablet is just a blank, right? It's just a surface that I write on and do all that stuff. However, I also have, which we've seen before, but I also have an XP pen, and this is actually, you write on this with a stylus, but it's also a monitor, so you actually see, what you're writing on. And you can get one of these from Wacom, which is like a graphical writing tablet, but they are crazy expensive. And I mean, if you're a professional artist and you really want to go full in, I mean, maybe spring for that, but I got an XP pen for a very nice price, and it's more than sufficient for my needs. Actually, I should use it more often. I really like using it. I mean, the problem is I've been doing this for so long that I can, use my stylus and know exactly, exactly where it is, even though I'm not looking at what I'm writing. I just see the cursor moving on the thing. So, it's like when you write you sign your name on the little pad and you don't actually get to see your signature. Anyways, where were we? We were talking about Intuos and pens and stuff like that. The good news is we've been going for about 2.5 hours. Let me see what this battery life's at. I'm curious. What are we running at here? All right. Back this up. Okay. Menu. Okay. What is going on here? Okay, it says I have 2 hours and 50 minutes left. Wow, I think these are going to be great for our background purposes. I think this is going to be great. Just says, hey, Smendon, thank you so much. Oh, hey, $40. Thank you, Smendon. What's up, buddy?
Smendon tipped $40. Well, I love your content and the Discord. Glad that I joined this year. Hope you, the Dorgos, your family, and all the Knights have a great Christmas and New Year.
Smendon, I will. Not to bring the mood down. I really appreciate it, but this is going to be my this is maybe my first Christmas without my dad. So we're celebrating that our family and all that other stuff, but it will be a little bit of a downer. I'm not sure how I'm going to feel about it, but yeah, I mean, I have a great community. I have a wonderful group of friends. And I have my mom and my sister, and yeah, we're making it through. And obviously, it's been a bumpy road for me, but I'm cautiously optimistic about the future. So I really appreciate it. Thank you, Smith. I'm glad you're a part of our community as well. I enjoy occasionally being awake when you sign on at 2:30 in the morning on the Discord and say, hey, what's up? So I'm glad we got to hang out and got to catch a little bit of the live stream here. Jorelson says a Wacom Cintiq 16. Love having it. Just need to find a good place to write and doodle. Yeah, I mean, if you're gonna buy one, really use it. But Jess doesn't like using the ones that block the screen. Use the screens because I got used to my hand and pen not blocking my view of the canvas. Oh, okay, that's fair. So you were used to seeing. Okay, I could see that. I never did retouching with the one with the screen, so I could actually see where that could actually be a big thing because I mostly use Photoshop, and for those of you who don't know, in Photoshop when you use the brush tool, right, there's a circle that'll show you how big, right, your brush is. But if you hit caps lock, it'll turn your brush into this very tiny little crosshair, and the idea is that so that even the brush itself doesn't obscure what you're working on. It just gives you the very vaguest little tiny indication of where your effect is. And that I did that quite frequently when I was doing really close in retouching of like eyes or whatever, right? Because you're getting in there and just getting into the nitty gritty. However, I am a terrible artist, so but that's okay. That is okay. It's true. Waving hello to you is how I know I should be going to bed soon. Yeah, I mean, I got to be honest with you, Zen Bullet. When Smendon signs on, that's kind of usually my sign to start wrapping it up and sort of calling it a quits and calling it a night. Let's play some Dungeon Time Extreme. That was the game that Vin was talking about. Is like. It's funny, by the way. Somebody brought that. I don't know if they meant to do this. We were talking on Roll for Combat today, and my hot take was is that they should release D&D Classic. Right, that was my hot take, and that was to compete with the OSR. And somebody said they should release D&D Extreme. And of course, I laughed because that is basically what. That is basically what our joke game, right? Which is Dungeon Time Extreme, which is the joking game that Vin sort of challenged me to have complete by the end of the year, and obviously it's not. But the idea of Dungeon Time Extreme, and by the way, what game is this? Oh, yeah. So, George says it's a very solid name. George, I can't tell if you're being a troll or not, or you're implying something else beyond that. But yes, what? Yes, you're being a troll. George, damn you. But for those of you who don't remember, when I ran a 5th edition campaign, and I basically kind of changed the rules a lot because I really wanted to play PBTA. Okay, in this campaign, and my buddy Smith, who I really love and respect, and he's got he's got hard times and hard things, and I try to help out my buddy, and he's very opinionated and he's very vocal with his opinions, and he basically said that all sounds. I want to do like a PBA old school. Dungeon crawler with some elements from a couple of indie games like 5 Torches Deep and what was another one called? I don't remember all of them. Anyways, a bunch of games. And Smith said, but I want to play 5e. He's like, I want to play D&D. I want to play, with classes, and I want to be a dwarf fighter cleric. And I said, all right, we'll make it work. And I don't know, we figured it out. But one of the core things about my game is that it was PBTA while being D20. And the way it was PBTA while still being D20 was that everything in the game was DC 10. But it had these ranges, right? And you rolled a D20 and you added your bonus. You had advantage and disadvantage. But the ranges were such that if you got a 10 to 15, okay, that was success with a cost. And if you got a 16 to 19, that was a success. And if you got a 20 or more, that was essentially a critical success. And if you got a, oh, I'm sorry, I got that wrong. Sorry. It wasn't 10 to 4, 15. It was 10 to 14. Because it went 10. It went 10, 15, 5 to 9 was failure. But, and then 1 to 4 was failure. And we ran this a couple years ago. And my players didn't really understand that it was PBTA, but it was PBTA. Because everything was DC-10, but basically they would roll their dice, and they would tell me the value, and I would basically use this chart in my brain to sort of figure out what PBTA effect they were getting. And I was very quickly, cautiously, because we were going to do a first look on it, and I needed to download it and make sure it was just quickly scan through it. And I looked at the land of Eem. And they had this quick start. And I thought it was really cool because this is Land of Eem. Now, they use a D12, and you add a skill modifier. But it is basically what I did with a D20. More or less. And obviously, the numbers are a little bit, a little bit different, but kind of goes 3, 6, 9, 12, and obviously goes to 1 because I can't have a 0 here. If I could have a 0 here, that would be probably pretty sick. But yeah. So I was like, oh, cool. So obviously D12s are awesome, but the whole idea of Dungeon Time Extreme was to like fool people into playing PBTA while actually playing, by playing D20. And I thought this was really cool because I was like, hey, look, this is almost exactly what I did. And I thought that was really neat. But I am looking forward to doing this Land of Eem game. It seems like it's a pretty cool looking game. Because, again, it has this sort of PBTA structure, I must admit, like, this chart, basically, is, all that you really need. To basically bring PBTA games into your life. So, but this was the core of Dungeon Time Extreme. The problem is always, oh, you get a failure, but you get a plus. And I just think that GMs, by and large, really, 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 really struggle with figuring out what a plus means. They really struggle with failure but or failure with a plus. And I know people have given a lot of advice. I've talked a lot about it. But I still feel like I have failed. I feel like I have failed at really communicating or in telling people, because everybody wants this like defined list, and I've seen people talk about making a deck of cards and pulling from the deck of cards to get an idea, like the old critical hit decks from Paizo, the critical fumble decks from Paizo. And I think that's entirely missing the point. Because the point is it is supposed to come from the fiction. Right? It's supposed to drive the fiction, but it's also supposed to come from the fiction. And it's supposed to make sense and feel right in the moment and not feel like some random thing. That's what kind of fiction first gaming means to me. Mechanics first gaming would be draw from the deck of cards, determine what the random effect is, and then make up the fiction so that that mechanic makes sense, right? And that's a fun thing to do as well. In fact, I think a lot of games are mechanics first, which is fine. But then players never, or GMs and players, never take the additional step of trying to make the mechanic into the fiction. So, Spenda says, over the years, I have come to the conclusion PBTA-type games where there isn't a hard fail are the types of games that I like to run. Love the consequences that come from the fiction. Well, so I should be clear here, because Technically, that's all PBTA games. Because while this game does say complete failure, and my game said failure, let me quote here. Complete failure in Land of Eam, and I think this would be true for me, is the attempt fails and something else goes wrong. Now, note the distinctive difference here. On the success ladder, we have success with a complication, or success with a cost, or success with a twist. And then we have complete success, where you get everything that you asked for and more. And then we just have plain old success. You accomplish what you were trying to do. But notice on the negative side, there isn't just plain failure. There's either failure, but something good happens, or an opportunity comes in, or there's some sort of benefit or silver lining, or it's failure and, okay? You didn't do it, and something else goes wrong in the process. There is no condition where there's just failure. Because that is the momentum killer. That is the where the fiction doesn't proceed. That's how you get stuck not failing forward. I think it's okay for players to fail, but I don't think it's okay for the game to have players fail and not to have the fiction change. So in the case of, my table, and in the case of Land of Eam's table, you have this situation where, you fail, but the fiction changes for the better, or you fail and the fiction changes for the worse. But either way, the fiction changes. And the idea behind success is that success already implies that the situation changed, because presumably you were only rolling because there was some sort of obstacle or challenge or some sort of uncertainty in the situation. If there wasn't, then we shouldn't have been rolling. But again, people really have a hard time with this because they view this as being punished for rolling the game, or punished for playing the game. And of course, obviously, there's many GMs and many players who just make too many damn skill checks, and so this can become very tiresome, problematic, and difficult if you're making constant skill checks. But I was really happy to see how this is the core mechanic of Land of Eam, and I was kind of like, okay, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. But again, it's a tough thing. It's a tough thing to break people out of. So what I was going to say, Jacob Online, is a couple of things. Now, in the standard PBA nomenclature, most people know it as 6- is a miss. A 7 through 9 is a weak hit. And a 10 plus is a strong hit. That's how that's the official PBTA language. And of course, I've talked before about how miss is a terrible idea. Miss is a terrible, 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 terrible word. Now, I still kind of sometimes pretty much think that Thirsty Sword Lesbians does this the best. Hey, there's Twitch. Thirsty Sword Lesbians, I think, does this the best, where they call this a downbeat, a mixed beat, and a upbeat. Because, you're making checks for more things than just combat, so hits and misses don't even really make sense. But the other thing that's really important to note is that on a 6-, this is my personal philosophy. On a 6-, the real mechanic is the GM makes as hard move as they want. Not that they must, as they want. And there are many times in the fiction serving both the fiction and the narrative. Remember, the fiction and the narrative are two different concepts. When we talk about the fiction, we are not talking about the narrative. And when we talk about the narrative, we are not talking about the fiction. Those are two separate ideas. And I firmly believe that most games, regardless of what they are talking about, whether it's PBTA or D&D, we have, basically, you have the fiction, you have the narrative, and then you have the game. So when a GM makes as hard of a move as they want, I think they should be considering the fiction and the narrative, and maybe even the game, but mostly, in my mind, the fiction and the narrative. And that means do whatever I want. The game is giving me permission, Derek, to do whatever I want. Now, I'll have principles, I'll have agendas. I'm supposed to make the characters' lives interesting and dynamic, and I'm supposed to be a fan of the PCs, and all these other principles and agendas, which I should be following at every step of the way. And in many cases, I might say, yeah, you rolled shitty, you hit. Because, now maybe it costs you something, right? If we're playing Zen Bullet, if we're playing Avatar Legends, I might say, you hit, but your balance shifts, right? You lost yourself a little bit there. Maybe you got angry. Maybe or maybe you hit, but you became angry. That's a condition in Avatar, right? It's giving me permission as the game master to kind of take control of the game. Now, normally you might think, well, isn't the game master always in control of the game? And my answer to that is, I don't think so. In fact, I like to not be in control of the game. In fact, I like to be, a neutral moderator until that 6- comes up. When the 6- comes up, the game is giving me permission. Nay, the game is demanding that I step in and with my bias towards what I think the narrative should be, but with a mind towards the fiction in response to my principles and agendas, to do whatever I think is best for this scenario. What is going to make this situation cool? What is going to make this situation make everybody at the table kind of go, yeah, that makes sense. Ooh, that sucks, but totally makes sense, and it's going to be a great, awesome moment. Or, wow, that would look just like it would look in a movie or a book or real life. Whatever it is that you're trying to emulate. So that's where I think people get really mixed up with this idea of, failing not happen. So, yeah. So, let's see. Smena says, it's funny you saying this, having seen that Daggerheart Reddit conversations where the guy was struggling with hard moves, and you just said, nah, go as hard as the narrative warrants. Takes the PC's weapon. And Jake said, and then everyone on the Daggerheart subreddit got mad at you for knocking their weapon away. How is disarm a hard move? I'm still baffled by that. Oh, you wasted an action to clear a condition. Scary. Yeah, I think I said on the Reddit thing, I said it's a harder-ish move, but I don't really think it's that hard of a move. For those of you who are not aware of this subreddit drama, if you want to call it that was occurring yesterday, I should say. Somebody said, hey, I've been watching Derek from Night's Last Call, and, he was about ways to make the game more interesting by using when the players roll a failure or roll with fear, or if you spend a fear to take a bonus move, a bonus GM move, to do more than just, spotlight an adversary. And he gave an example of where, I think it was a guardian, came in and attacked with his sword, and he rolled a failure with fear. So the GM gets a fear point, and because he rolled it with a failure, the GM gets to make a move. And he described it as the creature knocking the guardian. The guardian comes in, and the creature with an expert parry or with a savage blow knocks the weapon out of the guardian's hand. It tumbles I'm adding this. He didn't say this, but the weapon tumbles through the air 30 feet away and lands, or gets knocked into a nearby river or whatever. And gets knocked into a nearby river or gets knocked 20, 30 yards away or 20, 30 feet away. And there was just a litany of people who were basically saying, you're an asshole GM if you did that. That should be a disarm check. You should just spotlight the adversary. You should just spotlight the adversary. You just spotlight the adversary. And I came in and I was like, absolutely not. You shouldn't spotlight an adversary. You should just knock the fucking weapon out of his hand. In fact, I said, if you want me to see this fucking subreddit get mad at me, I would say, you rolled a failure with fear. That is giving me permission to make as hard of a move as I want. And again, if I thought it was appropriate in the fiction and in the narrative, I said, I might just fucking, like if it was a big, strong, ogre or dragon or something, whatever, I might just fucking destroy their sword, break the sword, crush the sword. But what about the game balance? Fuck the game balance. It's not that kind of game. I think the Trad 20 crowd, I'm glad that they are embracing Daggerheart. They need to do a better job of doing it. They need to do a better job of doing it because they are still carrying all of this baggage that came from their Trad 20 experience. And let me be very clear. If Guardian rolled a failure with fear, and then completely apropos, I mean, this is 1,000%. This is not even one of those things where Derek is making something up. The game suggests that the game says you can make a move whenever, but the game says if the players roll a failure, you may take this as a great opportunity to make a move. And they even said there's a line of softer moves to harder moves, and if a player fails with fear, I should say, that is a great opportunity to make a very hard move. Okay, great. Well, one of the hardest moves is take away an opportunity or take away something permanently. Well, guess what? I destroyed your sword. And there's no talking in there about making a check or any of that other stuff. None of that stuff applies. Well, what about the player? Don't they get to roll? They did roll. They rolled a failure with fear. They already made the roll. They fucked up that roll. Now I get to make a move, and I get to make as hard of a move as I want. And I would agree with you. And this is where I think people get messed up by Daggerheart having what appears to be feats and powers. If Daggerheart was some tactical combat as sport / campaign as competition type game, where the objective of the game was to provide a mechanical puzzle that the players had to work together, but it's not. It is none of these things. Okay? The whole point of the system of Daggerheart is to facilitate you and your players to create cinematic, narrative, shared, collaborative fiction. There's a reason that combat isn't even a thing. It's all just a conversation. It's all just a conversation. And everything is serving that same, point. It's driving us towards creating cool stories. And what would this look like on film? And how would this look like? And the term that we've been using on this Discord, which I think we got to give Colin credit for this, was either combat as theater, but I actually prefer combat as cinema. I do think combat as cinema is the way that I would want to address it. Now, Mishi Knight. Blades in the Dark did give the players a lot more agency because of the stress. You are absolutely right. Now, granted, Mishi, how much you could mitigate a consequence with stress did depend on the GM. Some GMs would let you mitigate a consequence all the way to essentially nothing, but other people would let you, just tone it down a notch. But you are absolutely right that the stress mechanic in Blades in the Dark, but realize, Mishi, you're just trading one bad thing for another. You're trading problems now for problems down the line. Don't get me wrong. I love Blades in the Dark, and I think it's very empowering to make that resistance roll and to say, and for the GM to speak the badness and then for the player to say, no, that doesn't happen because I resist, because I'm a scoundrel, because I'm awesome. And then you kind of get to see this almost crystal ball view of how bad it would have been, but your character is cool and a scoundrel, and that doesn't happen because X, Y, and Z, and you take some stress. And in fact, you don't even roll to see if you can resist. The only thing you're rolling for is how much does it cost you? Which, again, I think Blades in the Dark is a great fucking game. But yeah, we are talking Jaggerheart right now. Sorry, there's a lot of people here saying here. Jess said something here. You should write a hard moves zine. It doesn't actually matter that this will be a zine of all your opinions you've already shared in streams, because in order to find them, you have to watch for 8,000 hours. Here's the problem, Jess. I would have to watch my 8,000 hours. I don't even know all of my own opinions, unfortunately. But you know what? If there was something I could do that could actually help people, yes. A hard move zine and talking about the philosophy, as I see it, of PBTA would probably be very helpful, because I do think that is something that people need, and they definitely need it. You know, and to be clear, back in the day, before I realized how incredibly difficult that is, when we were talking about doing a Daggerheart zine, right? And we were going to do, right? You guessed it, right? There was going to be the 24-page zine, and it was going to be 12 pages of hope and 12 pages of fear, with player-focused stuff and GM-focused stuff. But I definitely wanted to include in the fear, I definitely wanted to talk about, like, you know, how to actually run, you know, this game, and not just have like adversaries and environments, but also to, you know, talk about the actual philosophy. But then I realized how incredibly difficult it is to write, lay out, figure out art and design and layout software, and figure out a way to get it to people's hands and all this other stuff. And then I was like, oh shit, that's a lot. And then I was also, I got to admit, I was a little crestfallen. Because by and large, it seemed like the Daggerheart audience doesn't want new domains. And it doesn't seem like they want new classes, unless they're from Critical Role Darrington Press. It doesn't seem like they want advice. It doesn't seem like they want new environments. It doesn't seem like they want new adversaries. As far as I can tell, what the Daggerheart audience wants is adventures. That's it. That's the only thing I can. That's the only thing. The only thing I can figure out that they want. Oh, and maybe ancestries. You know, for the player side. I get definite vibes. Now, I'm not trying to dissuade anybody who is doing Daggerheart work. If you're doing Daggerheart work, I heartily encourage you to keep doing it. But I get a distinct impression, and I could be new to this. I'm not a critter. I get a distinct impression that there's this idea of like, oh, did your domain come from, right? So it's like, oh, did it come from Darrington Press, right? Which came from Critical Role, right? Which came from, you know, our most holy God and Father, Matt Mercer, right? And I get this sense that, like, someone's like, we don't need new domains. And then someone's like, blood domain, what the fuck, Matt Mercer? And, like, now they're totally fine with it. So I get this I get this sense that the third-party atmosphere for Daggerheart is a little bit biased, and in that way. And I've kind of seen people like try to change. I mean, again, I don't give a shit because it's Derek and I don't care. But like, I've definitely seen people who like try to kind of take the game in a slightly different direction, and people being like, no, it's not a bit, no, blah. And to be clear, I'm going to go out on a limb and guess that I've talked with Spencer Stark and Rowan Hall much more than these people. And let me tell you something, they are loosey goosey as hell. with this game and what their thoughts are on it and what the vibes are on it, you know. But yeah, so Jess says that she will offer to help me with the layout for cheap /hand-me-down lights or something. Jess, maybe we'll make it as a personal goal. The problem, Jess, is you would need 2 setups because you travel so much. Derek, that is true. I have not seen how much of that has been selling. I will say that very little of it seems to have been getting onto the top of the cheap stuff. So I don't know. Again, I pay attention to Drive-Thru RPG. I know there's that Dagger Heart thing. The problem is that it seems like most people want adventures. Because honestly, most of the people that are in Daggerheart community. Now, again, I only have insight into what I know and what I see, and most of that is on Reddit. And yes, Reddit sucks. I mean, I go to Reddit every day. I am a Redditor through and through. But, in general, the people on the forums are the most. And a lot of those people on the forums are game masters. And so naturally, they speak up about wanting adventures. The problem is, adventures are nearly completely anathema. At least the kind of adventures that these people are talking about, in my opinion. They are completely anathema to the whole, PBTA ethos, the whole PBTA point. And yeah, Daggerheart's not a PBTA game. But it really kind of is. Spending fear to make shit happen because it's cool. Collaborating with the players and giving them an option to just decide something right off the rip. I mean, Smendon, well said. Play to find out what's on the next page of the AP. Yeah, I mean, yeah. So, I'm a little torn on as a look. I want to support this game. I think it's great, and I do think it is a great. I mean, I do think 13th Age is a fantastic gateway game for trad 20 players to sort of open their minds to the idea of a little bit more of a narrative and abstract vibe. But I do think Daggerheart does a really great job. I mean, I love it for that reason. And the cards are so gorgeous. The art is wonderful, and I like the approach. I like the fiddly bits. I can't lie. So you do need to reach people where they're at. And I get where they're at. They're at this realm of adventures. I just don't know how to tell them that that's just not what you should be doing. So. And Severed Ronan says, exactly, that's because Daggerheart, it's not just the Daggerheart community. It's confusing to folks. It's Daggerheart community, and there's also a Critical Role community, and they do have a bias towards official stuff. The great thing Jess says about this hard move zine that she is figuratively outlining for me now will not be tied to a specific single game. That is true, Jess. I mean, there's a lot of PBTA games out there. Blades in the Dark games, Forge in the Dark games, Carved from Brindlewood, Forged in the Dark, Powered by the Apocalypse, Daggerheart Official. I can't believe they didn't come out with a cool phrase. In the lineage of these games, all of them have these cool names, and they didn't have a cool one for Daggerheart. It should have been Stabbed in the Heart or something. I don't know. Something. Well, that's because Jess, Derek Rawling says, I love that Jess basically has the first draft. Jess is what we'd like to call a professional and a quality worker and a get shit doner and a not crippled with incredible imposter syndrome ish person. And then she said she doesn't need 2 setups because she doesn't need one at her boyfriend's. I see. Fair. Although there are nice options for that even then. Severed says, respectfully to Matt, I think folks need to realize, I think most people have realized that it's not Critical Role making the game, and it is Darrington and it's a different crew, and they're cool to be, they're hyped about it. Obviously they own it, right? I mean, it'd be hey, I own this company and they're making cool games, but they trust their employees and they know that they know more about it than they did, Well, Candela was, I mean, fantasy sells. That full stop. Fantasy sells. Daggerheart is what I wanted Dungeon World to be when I finally got my copy of that. Yeah, and I grew up playing Dungeon World. I mean, I didn't really play that much Apocalypse World. Believe it or not, Dungeon World and Monster Hearts were all being kind of designed at the same time because they were all part of this Google Plus post Forge era, and so Dungeon World came out basically like even though it was powered by the apocalypse, it basically came because they're all friends, they all share notes and stuff like that. So I mean, my real experience with PBTA was Dungeon World and Monster Hearts. I've only played Apocalypse World a small handful of times because post apocalyptic Mad Max type stuff is not really my bag as much. But Dungeons and Dragons is, and apparently teenage supernatural romance. But I played a lot of Dungeon World. And you're absolutely right. When we would play Dungeon World, we would kind of be like, man, I wish we had some cooler little fiddly bits. And there's also little things. I mean, I played a lot of Dungeon World, so like being able to bank the fear in a PBTA game is massively huge. Because if you're playing a PBTA game the way you're supposed to play a PBTA game, the GM cannot just make something happen. They cannot just make a hard move just cuz. They can't do it. You're cheating. The GM can cheat in a PBTA game, and that's something people don't understand. Jess absolutely does get shit done. I mean, especially because what did I spend probably this year? What did I spend? $900 on my Adobe Creative Cloud subscription because I have the full end-to-end subscription, right? Photoshop, Lightroom, Premiere Pro, After Effects, InDesign, Illustrator, and then 45 other apps that no one uses. When I look at it as almost $1,000 a year, it is tough to not want to switch. I will say that. And Affinity Photo and Affinity Design look really great. And I don't even know if they have a thing, but I've always wanted to learn DaVinci, especially because I have a Blackmagic ecosystem. I mean, I'm shooting on a Canon camera right here, but all of the new studio cameras are Blackmagic design, and they make DaVinci Resolve, which is also free, by the way. And most people consider it to be a very, very, very superior high-quality thing. So, anyways. Well, I mean, Darrington isn't afraid to collaborate with different game designers like Mike Underwood because Mike Underwood was a co-designer for Daggerheart, so he already worked with them. It's not like they're collaborating with him now. He was part of their collaboration from the beginning. Yeah. I said I saw someone with a shirt that said this, so somebody made it, but I wanted to make a shirt a long time ago for KLC, and it just said making hard moves, and I wanted to make that shirt, and then I saw somebody with a shirt like that, and I was like, damn, someone made that shirt. And that doesn't mean I can't make it, but I thought that was really good. Yeah, I just feel warm and fuzzy having the full suite. And the other thing is, like, Adobe has created a lot of really cool new products. Some of the beta stuff in there, I know most of you probably don't use Premiere Pro, but some of the new stuff that's coming out from Premiere Pro is crazy. Like AI-driven rotoscoping, crazy. Rotoscoping is incredibly time-intensive, and, that's basically like if someone's on a green screen, it's really easy to rotoscope them, right? You just tell Photoshop everything that is this color hue green, right? Make transparent. And now, boom, pop, you got somebody out. That's why we do things on green screens or blue screens. But you can also rotoscope someone who's just not on a green screen. Now, what that involved, they gave you tools to help you with this, but what that basically involved is drawing a mask around the person using like a pen tool. Not a pen, but a tool called a pen tool, which creates Bezier curves and lets you very precisely control the angles and the curves. And then you would create a mask, and then you could go like 4 or 5 frames ahead. So, you're 30 frames per second, 60 frames per second. So we're talking about like 1/6 of a second. And then you could draw the curve again because the person's presumably moved. And Photoshop Premiere Pro or After Effects would do an okay job of interpolating and sort of roughly following the mask, because it would say they were here, now they're here, and we can kind of make the mask follow that. Guess what? Now with AI, it does the whole thing automatically. Like you could have, I could have a shot of, Steven Glicker at Gen Con at the booth, waving, saying hi or whatever, like this big thing, and he's talking to everybody, and he's just standing in front of, his booth, not a green screen, not a blue screen. And then I can now go into Premiere Pro and I can use this auto masking AI rotoscope tool. Basically, it'll say, oh, you want the person. It'll identify that he's a person. And then it'll go through every single one of those frames and create all the masks it needs. And it's really good. It gets like the hair and it gets crazy. And then now I have Steven on a transparent layer with just him, no background. And now I can put him in anything. I can put him into a forest or a mountain. And you might say, won't he look terrible? No, because now the AI tools let you do things like auto match saturation and hue and lighting and contrast. So you can match two differently shot subjects and meld them so that they look like they should be part of the same scene. Color casts, and it's crazy. Anyways, that was my rant about that. So the joke I hear, this is what the Critical Role haters say. They go, Matt did Umbra because he loves like the Bloodborne or the Elder Scrolls games, and Matt pushed for the Druid to be really broken because his wife likes to play Druids. That's what I've heard from like the conspiracy theory tinfoil hat haters. Didn't Adobe buy Flash like 20 years ago, Jess? Jess says, I don't want people to have that kind of power over me unless I choose to walk in front of a green screen. Well, we are at that time, unfortunately. Yes, it was 20. You know what, Jess? As someone who is frequently mad about things for way too long that are massively not that important, I applaud your continual hatred after 20 years. I don't know, Smendon. I don't know. Again, I think playtesting things in Daggerheart is kind of irrelevant. I think because I think people are giving the game too much credit, or maybe they're not even. It's not that they're giving it too much credit; it's that they're holding it up to a standard that isn't fair because it's a PBTA game. It's the GM can make a move whenever they want, and they could spend fear and really do whatever they want. In case you kind of felt bad that what you're doing felt like you were making a dick move, all right, spend fear, make your dick move. But I people really, and by the way, if you make a complete and total, unfair situation, what's going to happen? Everybody dies? Well, they just all avoid death. Sure, there's narrative consequences and stuff, but their character doesn't die. And again, it's like we were talking about Fabula Ultima today, and my group, and surrender sacrifice is the thing in Fabula Ultima. I said, what you guys don't fail to understand is that my group doesn't fear wiping and all choosing surrender. It's like, oh, it's not a freebie. The narrative gets worse. And yeah, I'm like, yeah, my group is really excited about that. My group is just as excited to have the adventure or whatever, or the game end like Avengers of Infinity War as they are for it to end like Endgame. They don't care. It's a game. They just want to see shit happen. I remember there was one time, this is a classic situation. There was a room, I think it had 6 sides, and there were 6 chains that were hanging from the center of the room. Long story short, one of the chains opened a secret wall that they had to go through to fight this monster. The other 5 had dangerous challenges, but not the boss, but dangerous things. And the group was like, we can't figure out this puzzle. And they're like, well, let's just pull all 6 of them at once. We're guaranteed to get the one we want, and, we'll fight all the monsters at once. And yeah, we might die, but it sounds awesome, and if it isn't awesome, at least it'll be funny. And they just went, everyone was like, cool, bet. And they all just pulled the 6, they were very aware of what they were doing here. They pulled all 6 chains at once, all 6 walls opened up, the boss monster, which I remember was a goth, a lesser form of beholder, and then there was 5 other, encounters, or basically that entered this fight. And sure enough, they TPK'd, and nobody was mad. Nobody was upset. They were all like, good on you. That was awesome. Well done. That was a lot of fun. I would do it again. 10 out of 10. You guys want to make a new character? Cool. Like this this crazy belief that people have about the way that role-playing games should be is just so toxic. And by the way, this is one of the reasons why I agree with Emmanuel Galetto, the author and designer of Fabula Ultima, who says immersion in role-playing games. Now, I say it's bad. He says it's not just bad. He says it's problematic. And he's one of the only people I've ever met who is brave enough to say that, especially as a game publisher and game designer. I think people who stop treating the game that they're playing like a game, that's not a good place to be. You know what? I think you told me this story, Jess, that you developed a specific style of digital art 26 years ago where I used Flash's terrible pressure-sensitive brush tool to do illustration, and now I need to pay Adobe in blood for access to it. No other vector program has a tool. Like, God forbid you just learn how to use a new tool, right? Right. Right. How OP is the class? Well, the answer is it can do 3 damage, Right. And they go, oh, but we use the massive damage rule. Well, maybe step 1 is don't use the massive damage rule if you're finding that these things are problems. But I see people with problems, and they'll post on Reddit or whatever, and they'll be like, need help. The Guardian is unstoppable. And you'll read the description, and they'll be like, oh, the Guardian took a bunch of powers, and then he used his once per session or whatever ability to become unstoppable, and it was crazy. It's like he was unstoppable, and I couldn't kill him. God, you know what? All praise be to Pokemon Sleep or whatever the fuck it's called. So there you go, Snorlax and Pokemon Sleep. I wouldn't want to mess up your sleep score. Good night, Jess. I'm gonna get to bed myself here too. It's already 3:30, but always listen to the Snorlax. Funny story, side story, tangent story. When I go to Vegas, there's no fan, and I listen with a fan, or I like to sleep with a fan. And some of the guys that I split a room with, they can snore a little bit. So I will put on my Bose noise-canceling headphones before I go to sleep. And I'll play some white noise or some rain or whatever. But when I'm wearing these headphones, it will make me sleep basically on my back. And I won't roll to my side because I've got these big plastic headphones. And because I'm on my back with my head elevated, that makes me snore. And apparently snore a lot. And so my nickname in Vegas is Snorlax. So I thought there we go. That's a little fun anecdote for there. Because I do not normally sleep on my back, ever. I'm a side sleeper through and through and through and through. But yes, Jams, that is his job. That is his class fantasy. And, again, your job, but I understand why these GMs are frustrated. Whether they know it or not, they believe incorrectly that they are coming from D&D or they're coming from a Pathfinder where their job, and they understand this maybe somewhere in the back of their mind, is to challenge the players. My job, they don't understand it fully. Maybe they think they don't, but they do. They think their job is to kill the PCs. My job as the game master is to provide a challenging fight that will make the PCs be so nervous that they're going to get killed, and then they'll rally and pull through, and they'll feel really good about themselves. Now, this is problematic for a lot of reasons, and the biggest problematic reason is that a lot of these GMs end up fudging anyways just to make sure they don't kill the party members, so it kind of defeats the whole purpose of the example. But that is not the point of a dagger heart combat. The point of a dagger heart combat, the point of a GM in a dagger heart combat, is not ever to challenge your party. It is to tell a collaborative, interesting, compelling, emotional, cinematic story. All of the rules, all of the tracks, the hit points, the stress, the hope, the fear, the armor slots, all of the cards with their little abilities, they are all there in the service of one goal: to tell a cool story. Full stop. That's why the GM can do whatever they want, whenever they want. And if they want to make a hard move and want to feel like they are appreciating and giving response to that narrative, they spend a fear point. The very act of engaging with the game gives the GM the fuel they need in order to shit all over you. And again, people have a really hard time with this because they are approaching the game from a simulationist point of view, which it's not. They're approaching the game from a challenge-based point of view, which it's not. And you are going to get really, really disappointed if you come at that game with that understanding or that belief. And I see horrible advice being given all the time, or I see people who are very frustrated with the game or their experience. And it's nothing new to me because I have been dealing with people playing PBTA games for almost 20 years. And this is nothing new under the sun. These are the same problems that people have been having forever. Daggerheart's just a little bit worse because it attracted a lot of 5e people, and I'll say trad gamers in general, because of the Critical Role association, Oh, right, exactly. This is lame because, if I make a roll, something bad can happen. And again, it's a whole complicated thing that we won't get into, but yeah. Long story short, something bad always did happen when you made a roll. And PBTA was generated from those early role-playing game experiences, Correct. They think the bad roll is something bad happening. That's correct. That's what they think. And the question is, okay, but what really did happen? Well, nothing happened. Now, the thing is you're right. That's nothing. But the problem is PBTA and all D&D, and in fact, D&D is predicated about this, is the idea that time mattered. Okay. And if you look at something like AD&D or BXD&D, D&D for the first 30 years of its life, doing something like searching a room might take 20 to 40 minutes. So in our 5th edition mantra, we would say, make a perception check, right? Well, in 20 to 40 minutes in D&D, your torches burn out. Your spells wear off. Your food or water might get consumed. You might make 2 or more random encounter checks, which might literally make monsters appear. Now, this was all procedural, and this was all done, okay? Now, what's interesting about that, Severed Ronin, is you said 3rd edition, I take 10, I take 20. The thing about it is, taking 10 and taking 20 didn't actually make that happen any faster. In fact, watch this. A search check, which was a different skill in 3rd edition, you had search, spot, and listen. Believe it, there was not a perception skill. There were 3 different skills. Search, spot, and listen. Although as 5th edition brought back investigate. Search was an intelligence. And when you were like searching a room for secret doors or whatever like that, that was a search check. A search check was very deliberately a 5 by 5 area, which meant that if you wanted to do a 10 by 10 square, that was 4 search checks. But that is a 5 by 5 cube. So if you also wanted to search the walls, to do a 10-foot area was roughly 10 search checks. This meant that if you had something like, let's say, a 30-foot by 40-foot room, right, you had 12 of these 10 by 10 areas, which meant that you had 10 of those 5 by 5 cubes, which meant that you were making something in the neighborhood of 1,200 checks. Now, you were doing those at a take 10, but each of these takes 6 seconds because that's a round. And that's assuming that you don't do anything else and you're not moving around and all this other stuff. So that means that we have 7,200 seconds, which means we have 120 minutes, which means technically in 3rd edition, using those rules, it would take you 2 hours to search this room. Now, at some point, I don't know when, D&D perception became, I don't know, a fucking radar system. And it was like, boo, woo, 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 boo, woo, 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 boo, woo, woo, woo. Which, okay, I guess. But outside of that, But that's because D&D is using mechanics for a dungeon crawling game, and it's not a dungeon crawling game. And they've kept mechanics, but they've gotten rid of it, and it's all vestigial. But then they kept some vestigial stuff, but they kept other parts, but they kind of got rid of it. It's out of control. And this isn't like me knocking 5th edition. This is kind of true. 3rd edition as well. D&D is a dungeon crawling game, and a lot of the mechanics in it really make sense in the context of a dungeon crawling game. All I was going to say is that in the old school game of Dungeons and Dragons, if you searched a room and you didn't find anything, time would pass, you would fail, but the GM would then use a procedure that involved tracking numbers and they might say, oh, your torches burn out, or oh, you get hungry, you have to eat some of your rations, or oh, I'm going to roll 2 random encounters, and guess what? Some gelatinous cube shows up in the midst of your searching. All PBTA did is it took this part, which was a bunch of random procedures, and basically said, you know what? How about we just make a GM move? And when you make your search and it takes too long and you file it, the GM will just say, you know what? You searched the room for 20 or 30 minutes and you're unable to find anything. But as you do so, everybody mark off a torch because, time has passed. So, this is the GM move is just a shorthand for all of this stuff. And this was the mindset that they brought into PBTA, because they said that this is the way that they'd always been playing it and skipping all this. Now the funny thing is, none of this stuff even matters anymore, right? We don't do random encounters, we don't do long-term spell durations, we don't track torches, we don't track food or water, but we still have these inane searches that literally now in 5th edition or most TTRPGs has no, like Pathfinder 2 is just the same. There is no consequence for failing. So we have taught an entire generation of people that there is no consequence for failure. And so when there is a consequence for failure, they feel like they are being punished. They're not. But yes, PBTA is OSR. I agree. I mean, I obviously said that. So, but yes, correct. I agree. Well, I mean, that's what Take 10 rule did in 3rd edition. But the difference is it still wasn't automatic. You know what I mean? Like, it didn't take 0 time. It still took time. You didn't have to roll a single dice. The description I was giving you, the Take 10 rule was so that you didn't have to make 1,200 checks. Instead, you would say, hey, what's your spot? Oh, my spot's +7. Cool, you get a 17. All right, you spend, or I'm sorry, your search. Your search is +7. Okay, you get a 17. The GM looks at their notes, and they say, you spend the better part of 2 hours carefully going over every nook and cranny, looking for signs of secret doors or hidden niches. You rifle through the desks, looking at the desk drawers, the letters, the contents, flipping through the contents of the books. And after 2 hours, you find blank. You didn't have to make 1,200 search checks. You just took 10. Fine, cool. So, in game time, that took what? I don't know, 15 seconds? But at the table time, it took 15 seconds. But, in game, it took 2 hours. Because it does. And the thing is okay, fine, it took 2 hours. Well, I don't care. Yeah, you would care if you had to manage things like torches, food, random encounters, long duration spell buffs, yada, 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 yada. Anyways. But none of that stuff exists anymore, so it doesn't matter as much anymore. All right. 3:30. I got to stream later today, technically. So, the new lights check worked out. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the cool Star Wars, Sith or Jedi. And I appreciate hanging out with you guys. And thank you so much, everybody. You guys came out and threw some money my way, and I was completely unexpecting that, so I really appreciate it. Most of these were kind of like trolling. So thank you, Jams, for the raid. Appreciate that. Thank you, Smendon, for the $40 tip. Really appreciate you, and hope you have a good run. Karima, FL4G, Zen Bullet, thank you so much for your super chats. Dr. Metropolis, Elaine, Calderiac, and Doc Flamingo, thank you for getting us kicked off. And thank you so much to Severed Ronin for joining the adventure and throwing additional support my way instead of Twitch. I really appreciate it. So thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out with me. I'll be back on later tonight to rant, to talk, to hope, to dream. We'll find out what it'll be tomorrow together. Where I'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Good night.
I need you more. I need you more.